Those who make peaceful revolution impossible will make violent revolution inevitable.
Yes, we have to deny so many claims per month to meet our shareholders' expectations.
Including children, have lost their health insurance.
What's so frustrating is that politicians have spent decades, saying they recognize the problem and they make promises to do something, and then almost nothing happens.
You know what they say to themselves in the dark. It's only a crime if you don't wear a tie. We keep them all busy paying their fines. Hear the epiphany, light up the spark. You know what they say to themselves in the dark. It's only a crime if you don't wear a tie.
Seniors are the fastest growing segment of the homeless population.
And this is a great thing because it inspires everybody, gets the motivation to look up to the 1% and say,
now they're looking at your vote, they're looking at your anger, and they're moving to apprehend those who say something in anger.
Increasingly by choice or by accident, this is the role our nation has taken, the role of those who make peaceful revolution impossible by refusing to give up the privileges and the pleasures that come from the immense profits of overseas investments.
Would you have freedom from wage slavery and join in the grand industrial band? Would you from misery and hunger be free and come do your share like a man?
There is power in the band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule in every land. One industrial union grand.
Would you have sharing the gold in the sky and live in a shack away in the back? Would you have wings up in heaven to fly and starve here with rags on your back?
There is power in the band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule in every land. One industrial union land.
If you've had enough of the blood of the lamb, then join in the grand industrial band. If for a change you would have eggs and ham, come do your share like a man.
There is power in the band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule in every land. One industrial union band.
Well, if you like sluggers to beat off your head, then don't organize or unions despise. If you are nothing before you are dead, shake hands with your boss and the wise.
There is power in the band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule in every land. One industrial union band.
Oh, come, O ye workers from every land, join in the grand industrial band. Then we our share of this earth shall demand. Come do your part like a man. in the band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule in every land, one industrial union band. Would you take contently what's put in your hand, less than you burn with one leg to stand? Would you believe what they tell you to be, or with brothers go out and see? There is power in the band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule every land, one industrial union band. There is power in those band working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule every land, one industrial union band. One industrial union band. One industrial union band.
Hello, everyone. Hello, DB Wolf. I am streaming at a more reasonable time. Hello, Abyssal and Nath. Hello, Zolta. Hello, Erica. Hello, I'm Idaho. Hello, C321D9Q. Hello, Banana Brains. Hello, Dylan. Hello, Failsafe. Hello, Ashley J. Curtis. Thank you for helping to invent the internet. Hello, Ullersoth. Hello, Nine-Tailed Witch. Hello, Salomon Moose. Hello, John Bogardus. Hello, Gina P. Hello, Distron. Hello, what? Hello, Superjet Guy. Hello, Alan Eris Dresner. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Alan Eris Dresner. Happy birthday to you. Hello, Firecrafted Gaming. Hello, Polly has his cracker. Hello, Finn G. Swan. Hello, Tristan MB. Hello, Dylan. Hello, Banana Brains, if I didn't say hello to you already. Otherwise, you got two. Hello, Gokuja. Hello, Nyanrat. Hello, Simric. Hello, Kraken Pill 2, the sequel to Kraken Pill 1, The Krakening. Hello, Rob Adler. Hello, King Kerplunk. Hello, Miss Evelyn. Hello, Axolotls with Cream. Hello, Fox of Fate. Hello, Huffle Badger. Hello, the Profane Priestess. Hello, Jess. Hello, Nethercat. Hello, Salty Turtle Cupcake. Hello, Horizon. Hello, one and all. How we doing, folks? How we doing? Hope it's well. Hope you all had a good weekend. Hello, Jay. Hello, everyone. Recently realized my birthday can be a dog whistle. Fun times. I'm sorry to hear that. Walked 4 miles a day. I've lost about 15 pounds so far. Nice. Doing terrible? Hey, that's all right. You know, there's community in feeling terrible. Hello, Van Briggs. Hello. Breaking news. Our Conservative Party just selected a numerologist to be their party leader. So things are going well down there, I take it. That means that the Conservative Party is in a death spiral, right? Surely they're not getting more popular because they found someone who has problems figuring out patterns. Being born in 1988, fun times. I'm sorry, Zolta. Proud to announce that I shall represent the Shimps Caucus at 2025 DSA convention in Chicago. Hell yeah, Superjet Guy. That's cool as hell. Hello, Snoogan. I really don't want this new tax bill to pass. Me neither. I'll be a skinny bitch in no time. Fingers crossed. Superjet Guy gonna be a super delegate. Wait a minute. That might not translate. Never mind. Gonna be a delegate. No super? Question mark? Worn out physically, now to numb the brain with the conservative circus. Yeah, that's true. Glass cliff sort of deal, but yes, Susan won the place. All right. Best of luck, Susan. Hey, look, I know it's not like the biggest deal or anything, but I do want to share this one thing with you about just my nerdy interest, okay? Apparently Greenland patrols its coastline with autonomous chronoplan drones. And that's just some of the coolest shit, and I found like a video demonstrating how they work. Isn't this little guy fun? Isn't that cool? Look at that. Ground effect vehicles. Hell yeah. I'm really gay for ground effect vehicles. I think they're cool as shit. Would they be called a chrono drones? A chrono drone? Drone? Jack gonna tell us her autistic hyperfixation? You already know it's a chronoplans. Their proposal, I believe, but neat. Hey, look. I'm in favor of anything that pushes a chronoplan technology. One of the very few burgeoning technologies that I look at, I'm like, that's going to be used for cool shit and not devastating, you know, half the planet. Let's see. If you are starting exercise, consider joining Jack's Discord. We are growing a community over there focused on health, wellness, and gains. Hell yeah. Love to see that. You know those will be used to hunt down people? Well, it's going to be hard to hunt down people on the high seas. They aren't much use on ground. Like I'm foreseeing this technology is either one, if you're going to weaponize it, it's either in niche circumstances or in like efficiently traversing the global oceans. You ain't gay, you autistic? I'm both. I'm both, baby. Yeah, exactly, axolotls with cream. Exactly, you understand. The chronoplan represents what very well could be a doable version of like some kind of sea train. A train that travels over the ocean. And I think that's cool. All right. That's just my little spiel. Okay, here's my other little spiel about something that I hate. This time just about something I dislike. Okay? And you'll never guess what it is, guys. Hey, hey everyone, this is a segment. Hit the like, comment, and subscribe. But also, I really fucking hate Jubilee. I hate it. I hate it so much. I might have to bleep out that fucking. I did say it very close to the you know what? We're scrap it. We're starting it again, baby. So, folks, there is this channel called Jubilee, and it's terrible. And I'm going to get into why I dislike Jubilee quite a bit. But before that, remember to like, comment, and subscribe, because apparently the algo gods love it, and I must do as they will. That being said, Jubilee put out a new video, and I'm not going to subject you all to it. But like genuinely, we're getting to the point where it's kind of like, what are you guys doing? Like, I understand that Jubilee like chases like some kind of like content algo golden zone or whatever, but this feels really weird in a way that makes me deeply uncomfortable. They did a Jubilee with basically the premise being one gay guy versus 25 Republicans. And like that seems really gross just on the surface. Like, what is anyone getting out of that? You know, like it really just seems like a vehicle to mainstream bigotry by making it seem more widely accepted than it really is. You know, positioning kind of like the fringe viewpoint as like the LGBTQ acceptance viewpoint, and then the mainstream one as like the MAGA main. It seems weird. It seems, dare I say it, like deeply partisan conservative propaganda. Okay. And you know what? I'm not subjecting you to the whole video, but I am subjecting you guys to the 2-minute trailer they put out to be representative of the wider show. And we're going to take a look. And you know what? Maybe I'm wrong. I haven't watched this yet. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I will look like a fool by the time this is over and the egg will be on my face. But I don't know that it will. Reminiscent of early to mid 2010s clickbait videos. Yeah, it feels gross and manipulative. Guess we're just doubling up on alerts now.
Donald Trump and Elon Musk are grooming more young Americans than the LGBTQ plus community. Love your shirt.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so you're saying that Elon Musk and Trump are grooming kids,
Yes.
right? Okay. So you have a unique lifestyle, right? You know, gay, LGBTQ. To keep that lifestyle, we need men in this country to be in the army, right? To defend your right to have your unique lifestyle.
I'm down with that. Yeah, I support
So
some of the military.
we got to stop pushing it on kids.
Pushing what on kids?
The trans stuff, the
Okay,
LGBTQ
if
stuff.
talking about being trans and being queer made someone who is not trans and queer more likely to be trans and queer, that would result in a lot of harm. But it's not happening. What
That
we're
is
seeing,
happening.
It's not happening. Give me
Yeah.
evidence.
Well, it's look at California.
Like, the thing is, guys, these people don't have arguments. They don't have arguments. You know? Like, the conservatives here just come here with the argument, it makes me feel icky. And, you know, I know a guy who knows a guy who you know, argued for this. And the issue is, you can quote facts and studies at someone like that until you're blue in the face. They aren't necessarily going to question that preconceived like notion, right? Like each one of these people, and this is part of the difficulty, right, with de-radicalizing folks, each one of these people has something that radicalized them to the position they're in, and that has a different route for each person, right? And so like, in order to actually get them to question a lot of this stuff, you need to start with wherever their root is. And so you're not going to make progress with like individuals here, but also like individuals you're talking to on the show, right? Now, the argument for that, against that would be, oh, well, you're making an argument for the audience, except that like, who is the audience for 25 people picking on a gay person? Who's the audience for that? There are people who are seeking out content like that, who want their preconceived notions to be essentially validated, who are basically there to filter out anything that factual that this person might say and be essentially throw it out into the trash by saying, looks gay, looks gay, opinion disregarded, right? They're the John Doyles of the world, you know? Or at least people who are being radicalized into the John Doyles of the world. And like, the issue here is I just want to know, who is this content for? Right? And I don't know. Like, this seems like algo slop to me. Like slop to feed the algorithm. And I don't know really how to reckon with that. Let's just finish the rest.
There are more queer and trans people because queer and trans people feel more comfortable coming out.
And also, to be clear, I don't mean to rag on this guy. I think this guy was given a chance to like use a platform for good, and I think he took the opportunity. And you know what? Props to this person. You know, like I appreciate that, but like I also feel really bad for them because they're being used. You know. They're being used by essentially a corporate channel that is trying to yeah, I mean, like Dylan in YouTube chat says at this point Jubilee might as well do one black guy versus 25 Klansmen. Seems like this is where this road is taking us, and that's kind of right, you know, like that's honestly 100% correct. And that's why it feels really gross. And it's not because you shouldn't provide arguments against, like, you know, racism or against, you know, bigotry, homophobia, transphobia, etc. But like, you can do it without also giving a platform to 25 other people who are angling for promotions or, like, you know, punditry jobs in the conservosphere, because that's essentially what a lot of these people do. And remember, folks, there was that one guy who was on multiple Jubilee episodes. He was on, we saw him first on the Sam Cedar Jubilee, and then he appeared later on like the anti-vax Jubilee, and he had like an entire website set up and like a YouTube channel to do like debates and like there's very clearly here a path that a lot of these conservative folks have detected to becoming more high profile by using Jubilee as a platform. And like, there's a part of me where I think that Jubilee is using well-intentioned folks to essentially further the careers and serve as an audition panel for different conservative voices that want to, you know, become larger in like the Christian nationalist sphere, or to talk, you know, to you know, basically go on not Fox News, like what's off-brand Fox News, One America. There's like another one News Nation. I don't know. You guys know what I mean. Newsmax, yeah. The Garbo channels, yeah. So, yeah, it's no hate on this guy, but like Jubilee as an entity, OAM, thank you. Jubilee as an entity, I just think is kind of irredeemable garbage at this point, you know? And I'm deeply uncomfortable with where this is headed. This is like, you know, we're heading towards like one trans woman versus a room full of TERFs. And like, they're all J.K. Rowling wannabes.
Less likely that they're going to receive mass amounts of hatred.
There's been a rise in the LGBTQ, the trans.
Because there's more information out there. There's more affirmation out there.
No.
Because there's more media representation.
The media loves to push it.
It is evidenced over the last decade that the more queer people are discussed, the more queer people feel safe.
Why are we doing drag queen
drag
story
queens are
hour?
fun. Drag queens are fun.
Okay, but it's not for children.
Why not for children? I would say a drag queen at a story hour is more like a birthday party clown than anything else. They have a fun hair, fun makeup, fun shoes,
children.
fun outfit.
It's a striptease.
Okay,
it's a striptease.
Okay,
see, like, this is what I mean, right? Like, this is what I mean. These people are dumbasses. And they're people who have no idea what a drag queen story hour even is. And so, like, they come on here and they're like, oh, it's a striptease, it's a striptease, it's a striptease. And, like, actual drag queen story hours are, like, you know, drag queens coming dressed up as, like, Cinderella or, like, the Little Mermaid, reading a story to kids and then going home. They aren't taking off their clothes. So, like, but that doesn't matter. Like, the facts here don't matter because there are like 20 million people in this country that think exactly like this guy based on exactly zero evidence outside of like out of context like videos taken from like, you know, a drag bar where they are doing stripteases, but it's for adults. You know, like yeah, I don't know. To me, this feels like mainstreaming bigotry.
Some drag queens are strip teases. If I ordered a birthday clown, and Pennywise showed up to my birthday party and started eating my children alive, I would be like, wait, that's the wrong clown. That's the wrong clown. No. Some drag queens perform at nightclubs. Some drag queens read at.
This guy is unaware of the trend of sexy clowns. I'm not into that, but I know for whatever reason, Gen Z seems to be into that.
At bookstores. Some drag queens go do events. Some drag queens go do festivals. There are no reported incidents.
It's not for children.
Hold on, this is important. Queer people, trans people, and drag queens, none of them have any correlation to being more likely to commit a sex crime, to be a groomer, or to do anything pedophilic.
Yeah, also, can we just like take a moment to examine the fact that it ends with just like one person being like, there's no evidence of any of this, but it ends with the word pedophilic and the other guy saying that's not true. You know, like that's the level of discourse here. Like, holy moly, like put Jubilee in the garbage. You know, Jubilee trash. Stop watching it. It's just a hit piece of trans people for GOP clicks. I mean, it's more than just a hit piece on trans people. It's a hit piece on like, you know, gay and trans people, you know, the entire LGBTQ plus family. So I don't know, like don't support this. Don't click on those videos. Don't like watch that shit, cuz guess what? I just played 2 minutes of it, okay? I guarantee you it's that stretched across like 2 hours of your time. You know, go watch a third of, you know, a sixth of Lord of the Rings. You'll get more out of it, okay? I don't know. Go watch Sinners. I've heard that's good. I haven't seen it, but like I've heard it's good. Like go do literally anything else with your time. Go take a walk. Go take a walk and listen to Law and Chaos Pod. Okay? I've been really enjoying it. Totally unrelated, not affiliated with it in any way. I just really like their legal commentary. Anyway, like, comment, and subscribe. And we're done with the segment. Hello, everyone. You actually watched the first Lord of the Rings for the first time last night? Isn't it great, Beowulf? That's some like that's a real movie-ass movie, and I love it. Have I seen Vicious? No. Wait, maybe I have. Hello, everyone. Okay, but Super Jet Guy, the issue is I would watch Pope versus 25 fake trad cats. I'd watch that. The entire world would watch that. Who are we shitting ourselves, you know? Could we watch if Sam goes back on it? If Sam goes back on it, you can watch it, yes. Hello, Build-A-Dog. You never watched Lord of the Rings, just played Middle-earth? The Battle for Middle-earth games? Yeah, Sam Cedar. He's a good dude. Watched The Unbearable Burden of Massive Talent last night. It's a lot of fun and very silly. Isn't it? It's so much fun. Pedro Pascal and, like, Nicolas Cage genuinely sell, like, instant best friend energy, and it's great. You've never watched Lord of the Rings either? Guys, we need to have ourselves like a Lord of the Rings day. Yeah, you guys think this jacket's cool now. Wait until you see the fucking dragon on the back. Fuck yeah. Bringing that energy. Isn't it sick? It's so good. What? Isn't it good? Jack joining the Yakuza? Yeah, joining the Yakuza in my D&D jacket. I know someone from New Zealand, so I sort of know Lord of the Rings. It's fair.
For those of you who don't know,
oh god, Hasanabi scare. All right, folks. Hey, we're just starting the stream. We're only 30 minutes in. If you are enjoying the show, hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the YouTube stream, and please consider dropping those subs, those donos, those memberships, those super chats, because folks, that is what keeps this stream alive. That is what allows me to continue doing what I do, and I need your support in order to do it. That patch on the front is House Targaryen symbol. It's also a D&D dragon. Do 5 arm curls. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Dan the man with a damn plan. Thank you for subscribing with Prime. And also, thank you for being the first person to support stream today. Let's go! Do the things. Help your streamer out. Toss a coin to your streamer, folks. Let's see. Hello, Lavender Nyan Cat. Hit the butt. Hit the butt. All right. Also, just want to throw out there, folks, on Wednesday, we are going to be doing we're going to be doing an interview with reporter Anna Valens, I believe is how you pronounce her last name. We're doing an interview. We're going to talk to her about VTubing and kind of the massive amount of backlash she's received from reporting on a VTubing scandal involving bigotry. And the massive outpouring of threats she's received as a result. So we're going to be doing that on Wednesday. It's going to be interesting, to say the least. And yeah. Was this the Syndra stuff? I don't know how to answer your question because I know very little about VTubing, which is why it's going to be an interesting discussion. Is it going to be that VTubing has a Nazi problem article? I don't know if that is the title of the article. I'll read them before the interview, obviously, but I haven't done that yet. Please tell me the bigotry was PNG versus GIF. No, unfortunately, it's more of the real world variety. It's not the Cinder stuff. Okay. Yeah, it's about Kirsch. Yeah. Is that a hydrating drink? It is, but I also have water, the ultimate hydrating drink. Hello, Carpet Packs. Crochet Whimsy, yes, we are going to talk about the Hasan stuff shortly. All right. All right. Let's talk about Hasan. So, folks, one of the things we have to talk about today is that apparently Hasan Piker got pulled over by Customs and Border Patrol and questioned for multiple hours. He was detained, and we can watch a little bit of his own account about it here. Let's do that right now.
No, I was detained by Customs and Border Patrol inside of the O'Hare Airport. I get to the global entry line and they're processing everybody expeditiously. Gets to me, take a photo, boom, walk in. Instantly, the Customs and Border Patrol agent goes, "Step aside, sir. An agent will come and take you to another location." I was like, is that proper protocol? It's like, sometimes it happens. There's a detention area. I'm sitting there. There's like a bunch of terrified families. There's an old lady in a wheelchair. Finally, this agent comes out. They take me to this back room and we got to talking. And let me tell you folks, the TikTokers that talked about being detained, they were right. It was an insane situation. So it's very obvious that they knew exactly who the I was. It's very obvious that they knew how to like navigate the conversation. You know, he's like, "Oh, what are you doing in Chicago?" And I was very revealing. I was like, "I want to take my family out for Mother's Day to France, but I had to come back early from France because I have a speaking engagement at University of Chicago." And he was like, "Oh, what kind of speaking engagement?" It's like, I don't know, some like journalism school stuff. And he's like, "Oh, well, since you mentioned that, what do you do as a job?" And I was like, "I'm a Twitch streamer." And he's like, "Well, since you mentioned that, what kind of things do you stream about?" So I was just like, "I play video games, but I also do current events sometimes." And he's like, "Since you mentioned that, do you talk about the news?" And I was like, "Yeah, I talk about the news." "So when you talk about the news, do you talk about the war?" And I was like, "What do you mean by that?" He's like, "Do you talk about Trump?" And that was the first time where I was like, what the is this question? Like, I literally straight up told him, I was like, "Why are you asking me this?" Like, what does this have to do with anything? None of these questions are actually valid questions to ask. But I was entertaining it because, one, I didn't want to present it as being difficult because I didn't want to extend the detention. And two, I actually wanted to see how far I could take it. And I'm glad I did.
Okay. Can I just say, that's insanely stupid. Don't do that. Like I understand like the impulse, right? But part of what we should be aware of here is that like if they want to detain you, they're going to detain you regardless of what you say. There's no like, you know, cat and mouse game you're playing with these people. Like you not only do not, first of all, you don't quite shut the fuck up, right? Before you shut the fuck up, you say, "I invoke my Fifth Amendment right." And then you shut the fuck up. Okay? That's what you should do in these situations. Like, and I'm saying that because like there are going to be a lot of people who, for similar reasons to his reason number one, answer questions from the TSA. You know, from these people who are understand that when they are trying to ask you these questions, they are looking for reasons to detain you. By shutting the fuck up and invoking your Fifth Amendment right and asking to see a lawyer, that's all you got to do. Okay? That is what you have to do. Because not only when you talk, you not only endanger yourself, you endanger other people around you. Okay? So like he's operating from a position of relative like wealth and privilege, for sure. And so like for him, like seeing how far you can push it, I understand that. But like for you guys, don't do that shit. Don't do that shit. And honestly, very ballsy move on his part. I will also say brave and you know, more people need to stand up for, human rights like he does.
Did this because the reality of the matter is I'm profoundly privileged. I'm a public person. I have enough money to be able to fight back against this sort of thing. And they know who the I am. So obviously the reason for why they're doing that is, I think, to try to create an environment of fear, to try to get people like myself, or at least like others that would be in my shoes that don't have that same level of security, to shut the up. And I'm going to use the privilege that I have in that moment.
To be clear, when I say shut the fuck up, I don't mean in the general sense. I just mean in that particular circumstance. You shut the fuck up.
To try and see what the they're doing. Every single thing that they ask me, he's literally not allowed. Like, what the do you mean? Why is this denying me entry into the country of my birth? You can't just stop me at the border and be like, what's your opinion on Donald Trump? You're not allowed to enter the nation. For those of you who don't know, I was detained by...
Yeah, there we go. And I do think his analysis is correct here. You know, like he was detained as a method of intimidation. You know, like trying to scare socialists with the power of the state is like one of the oldest tricks in the book, you know? So like, I don't know. Customs and Border Patrol is not the cops. They can simply hold you for quite a long time if you're difficult and keep silent. So simple things like name and occupation is good to tell them. Again, they can hold you regardless of what you tell them. If you play their game, you run a danger to yourself. That's all I'm saying. If you want to talk to them, go for it, but understand the reason that they are asking you questions is to get you to incriminate yourself and others around you. Okay? I'm confused why detain him. To intimidate him. To intimidate others like him. You know? They knew him. I listened to his whole segment. Yeah, of course they knew him. Like, he's one of the biggest streamers on the planet. Of course they know who he is. Like, if they, like, I'm sorry, if they take you into a back room for questioning, invoke the Fifth Amendment and ask for a lawyer, invoke the Fifth Amendment, okay? This is just standard TSA questioning for Muslims. Hey, it shouldn't be. Like, I'm sorry. It shouldn't be. But even if that's true, it should not be. But also, like, they know who he is, and not every Muslim gets stopped at the airport. Like, I'm sorry. Makes me wonder if he's on some list. Oh, like, they definitely have their lists. Man, a lot of you guys are weirdly, like, super blasé about one of the largest streamers on the planet being detained by, government agents and questioned about his allegiance to the president. I find that really weird just because he's a streamer you don't like. Like, I get it. He's not for everyone, but, like, it's a weird take. Weird fucking take. He'll be okay. Are you implying that I think he's not going to be okay? Why are you being like, chat? Why are you deciding to be like bitches about this? Why are you deciding to be like weird? Like, the entire point about this is that it scares a lot of people. If it doesn't scare you, that's fine. But, like, it scares a lot of other people, and you should recognize that it scares a lot of other people, and, like, that's why we're talking about it. It's not a weird take. There's been more egregious incidents at the border. No, I think it's fucking weird. I think that you're being really weird because a streamer you didn't like got affected by this. And, like, I think that is the motivation here. I think if this happened to, like, me, you guys would feel a lot differently about it. But because this is about a streamer you guys don't like, Yeah, no, he's fine, whatever. Like, come on. Stop it. At least be fucking consistent. It would be weirder if it happened to you. No, it wouldn't. I'm a fucking vocal socialist queer trans woman. They have machines that literally scan for people with my anatomy as anomalies. Like, it's not that like I'm begging you, chat. Don't make today one of the days where I'd lose my shit because you guys decide to be like weird about the fact that I'm talking about a story like this. Okay, you win? Cool. Love it. I don't know. Like, I understand not everyone's a fan of Hasan, but like, Jesus Christ, guys. It's really fucking weird when like the guys everyone else is calling the Gestapo pull one of the largest streamers aside for 2 hours of additional questioning about his political activities. Like, that's fucking weird. Yeah, that, like, the fact that people think that's like, oh, like, that's normal, that happens to everyone. No, it's not. And no, it doesn't. Hey, you know what sounds normal under me? A 14-day timeout. That sounds normal for me. There we go. Love that. Love that for people in my chat. That is a timeout for 1.2 million seconds. That's so interesting. Let's see here. So, anyway, I don't know. I'm just begging chatters to be relatively normal and hinged today. Are any of the rest of you going to be unhinged about this and just be like, no, actually, it's totally normal for the people we're calling Gestapo agents to detain like some of our largest and most prominent voices? Anyone else want to be arguing in favor of the Gestapo here about how normal their activities are? Anyone? Fuck no? Can we stop? Cool. Like, I have no problem with people being critical of Hasan. I have no problem with critiquing his different, views or stances on politics. That's fine. He and I don't agree on everything 100%. We agree on enough in the main, but it's just like, I have no patience for people who are going to like play streamer drama level politics in a time when fascism is on the rise. Like, fuck. Yeah, critique is not the same as shit. It's true. So, with that being said, I think this is a big deal. I'm glad he's safe. I'm glad he's out. And honestly, more people need to be aware of their rights in this situation. If you're an American citizen, invoke the Fifth, demand to see a lawyer, shut the fuck up. And you need to say out loud and clearly, I want to speak to my lawyer, I invoke the Fifth. If they want to escalate that and make it like their headache, that's their problem. And they can talk to you in court. Ask, am I free to go? Absolutely. Don't say I want to speak to my lawyer. No, you fucking say you want to speak to your lawyer. I'm sorry. I know a lot of people might be like allergic to that, but frankly, wanting to speak to your lawyer is good. You should want to speak to your lawyer when you have been singled out by government agents and brought into a back room for questioning about your activities. You should want to speak to your lawyer in that situation. Okay, I understand that it seems more sus. You have a right to an attorney. Weird question, is a lawyer acceptable, or should we have someone in our mind as ours? Ideally, someone in your mind as, like, a lawyer you can trust. I was referencing the bit about cops not getting a lawyer because a dog can't be a lawyer. Be clear and concise in what you're saying. I don't understand. I'm not following your jump to talking about dogs. Maybe I'm not being clear enough. I'm way too autistic for this level of what chat is operating on today. Like, my autism is at peak levels, and I'm already really upset. And I'm trying my best. Like, all I'm trying to say is, like, if you're asking for a lawyer, one, you have a right to one, and two, it doesn't matter if it looks sus or not. They've already decided if they're going to detain you indefinitely or, like, for a short time or whatever. Like, they're just looking for more things to hang you on. Like, you have to say, I want a lawyer. Don't variate from that phrase. You guys are exhausting me. This was not supposed to be fucking hard. Like, I'm sorry, it was not supposed to be like a controversial or difficult thing to communicate that, hey, when you get detained by the Gestapo, that you're supposed to say nothing at all and get a lawyer. Like, I'm fuck. Why is this difficult for me to communicate and for you guys to understand? I'm really doing my best. Ugh. I love you guys. Yes, we are just going to move on to the next segment. I'm just frustrated as fuck. All right. So So, folks, there is this thing called Medicaid, and it keeps approximately 70 million people in this country alive and able to get the medicine and operations they need in order to continue staying alive. And fun fact about that 70 million figure, roughly half, around 35 million people on Medicaid are children. And Republicans just revealed their big proposal in the House to cut Medicaid. Again, we've been watching town halls and town halls and town halls of Republicans saying over and over and over and over and over again, we're not going to cut Medicaid. You're all lying about that. All of you dirty, filthy libs in your lies, you leftists, socialists, communists, you're telling lies grounded in the Marxian tradition. Well, it turns out that they lied. They lied about it, and their cuts are going to be devastating. But that being said, before we dive into it, like, comment, and subscribe. Never a good time to throw that in there, but there's not really a good spot in here to throw that in, so do it now. Do the thing that helps me in the algorithm. Let's go. On to some reporting from Mother Jones. Mother Jones has been doing some killer work, especially on Medicaid. Basically, this is going to force millions of people off of Medicaid. There are some pretty eye-opening pieces of this story. I'm going to link it in chat real quick for you guys to go over as you will. Lux Progressive, thank you very, very much for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. We're going over Medicaid cuts. It's not great. So, as a little bit of backstory for this, essentially, Republicans want to give the biggest tax breaks in history to the richest people to ever exist on the planet, right? And their big plan to do this is to extend the Tax Cut and Jobs Act of 2017, which was Donald Trump's last multi-trillion-dollar tax cut to the ultra-wealthy, okay? And in order to actually balance the books this time, they need to cut Medicaid. That's essentially where they're looking to get the bulk of the funding for this tax cut. Essentially, they want to steal from the poorest, most vulnerable people in the entire country in order to give that money to the wealthiest people to ever exist. So that is what is happening right now. And now Republicans have a bit of a problem because, well, everyone basically knows, who knows anything about anything to do with Medicaid and tax cuts here, that there's only like 3 places to get the kind of money for those tax cuts: Medicaid, Medicare, and Social Security. And Medicaid is the most vulnerable to those cuts. So that's what they're going to do, right? Now, one of the things to point out here, and is pointed out here in Mother Jones's reporting, basically, they want to continue cutting Medicaid, especially in states that have already declined Medicaid expansions, because basically the people who are in those states on Medicaid are the most vulnerable to being cut. They are in the worst health, and therefore Republicans want to off them from Medicaid. And it is, I mean, like, here's one quote from one person: "Getting kicked off it would probably destroy me," which is true, you know? With House Republicans feeling Medicaid cuts in the range of hundreds of billions of dollars at Trump's behest, the income limits that determine eligibility, which already vary state by state, could drop, putting Rivera and his wife at risk of losing health coverage despite their minimal income. Rivera's wife, Danny, is also disabled with nerve and cervical spine damage. Her husband has been her caregiver since before his own medical emergencies. Their 12-year-old son is autistic. If the couple did not have a child, in addition to being low income, they wouldn't have qualified for Medicaid at all under Florida's strict eligibility requirements. Yeah, this shit is I mean it's evil. It's evil, right? Basically, of the 70 million people that qualify under Medicaid right now, 20 million of them only qualify because their state has expanded Medicaid. I.e., they've taken free money from the federal government, offered freely, no strings attached, in order to expand Medicaid coverage. Okay? And there are, I think, only 10 states left that have not actually expanded their Medicaid coverage. States could restrict enrollment in some of the mandatory categories by lowering income thresholds or making it harder to keep, said David Maklet, a senior health policy expert with the National Health Law Program. The end result is people will lose coverage, and that will have major health impacts on those individuals. And by major health impacts, they mean those people might die. Okay. Some of the quotes here. I don't see how any state could protect people with disabilities from these kinds of cuts. 2/3 of people with disabilities who are on Medicaid aren't eligible under the SSI pathway. And basically, Republicans have time and time again been talking about how, well, you know, no one with a disability is going to lose their Medicaid coverage. Except that's an outright lie. It's a lie. Okay? Essentially, the imposition of work programs, which Republicans have said, oh, the work programs aren't going to apply to people with disabilities. There's no language in the proposed cuts to carve out an exception for people with disabilities. And like it's awful. It's awful. Like part of what people don't get, right, about Medicaid is that it is what allows hospitals to remain open in a lot of cases, right? So for example, and I know this because one of my old podcast co-hosts, you worked at a rural hospital in Montana, okay? And understand that when these rural hospitals function, they often function at a loss. But they are able to make that up due to Medicaid because their rural patients have Medicaid coverage despite being in poverty-stricken areas. They're able to go and get treatment at the hospital. If you take away and cut Medicaid, those hospitals close. And then instead of like a car accident victim in a rural area going to the hospital that's, 30 minutes away, they're going to a hospital that's 2 hours away. Like, this is the kind of cut that is going to drastically, like, eliminate hospital coverage across the country. And it's going to overload the existing hospitals as people get diverted from those rural locations to more urban areas. Okay? So there's going to be a cascading effect that hits everybody, regardless of where you are in this system. Okay, even if you have private coverage, this is going to affect you. If you have like Medicare, this is going to affect you. It's going to affect you wherever you are in the system, unless you are like one of the true, billionaire elites and you have your own personal doctor on staff with your own personal medical ward. This is going to affect you. Rosa Pudding in Twitch chat writes, Medicaid helps my partner who has multiple sclerosis pay for her $98,000 plus medication every 6 months. As of this year, they are no longer covering it. My God, I'm really sorry to hear that, Rosa Pudding. That's awful. It should make you angry. This should make everybody angry. This is unacceptable. And I want to be very clear here. When we are talking about these cuts, we are talking about essentially Republicans sentencing people who are poor to death. This is essentially a way of saying, you know, the Ebenezer Scrooge line from A Christmas Carol. You know, decrease the surplus population. It is eugenicist in nature. Malthusian economics at work. Essentially, you know, it's the meme of like the guy going, guess I'll die. It's that. Like, understand 14 million Medicaid people on Medicaid. 14 million people on Medicaid live in rural areas. 14 million. And like, honestly, it's gonna hit so many people. Like the cascading effects of this. Like if you have a child with disabilities, this is going to hurt you profoundly, regardless of where you are when it comes to when it comes to your income. This is a quote from one of the experts Mother Jones interviewed. Those fundamental changes, i.e. Medicaid rollbacks, in the optional categories of Medicaid enrollees will have a huge impact on kids who otherwise would not have access to the kind of life-saving and life-sustaining care that they need. Remember, 35 million of the 70 million people who are on Medicaid, 35 million of them are children. Now, when they talk about work requirements and how, oh, don't worry, guys, the work requirements aren't going to kick anyone off of Medicaid. They're not cuts. Those work requirements that are being proposed right now by Republicans in Congress would threaten to push 36 million people who are currently enrolled on Medicaid off. That is half. Half of Medicaid enrollees could be kicked off due to these work requirements. And those people are on Medicaid because they have no other choice. And one of the interesting things that Mother Jones in this reporting notes is that 13 states enacted Medicaid work requirements during Trump's first go-around. Of those 13 states, none of them kept those work requirement programs, because it actively cost taxpayers money to deny those people Medicaid. It was actively more expensive to force these people to work. Georgia is the only state with an active Medicaid program with work requirements at this point, and it costs them $86.9 million every year to keep it running. And there's a really interesting observation from ProPublica, which is that 3/4, 75% of that 86.9 million. Do any of you want to take a guess where that went? Anyone want to take a guess? Wild guess? Where did 75% of the money that Georgia was paying to keep their work programming going? Some rich guy's yacht fund. That's a good guess. It went to consultants. Republican consultants got 75% of that money. The other 25% was to pay for the means testing. When Arkansas introduced work requirements, it kicked 18,000 people off of the rolls in the first 7 months of its enactment. Like, these cuts are designed to kill. I need people to understand that, because a lot of Republicans, you know, I've seen them talk about this. I've heard them. I've listened. And like a lot of like Republican voters, they don't view themselves or their families as expendable. You know, they don't view themselves as the waste in the system that needs to be cut. You know, they're good, hardworking, God-fearing people, you know, and they just got diabetes at the age of 65, you know? And they don't realize that it's their ass on the chopping block. They don't realize it. They don't get it. You know, when they look at, like, you know, the waste in the medical system, they're thinking of like the Reagan era stereotypes. You know, it's like something that happens way over there, not something that happens here. It's not my disabled child who's going to get their coverage cut. No, I'm so sick. I'm so sick of like the cruelty is the point. The cruelty isn't the point. The money is the point. The entire reason this is happening is not to virtue signal to a base that is hungry for blood. That's just how it's being spun. The reason this is happening is so that the rich can get exponentially richer. And Republicans have just been running a very successful campaign to spin that as a good thing, actually. To spin it as a culture war where their gladiators are spilling blood. But that blood is the blood of 35 million children on Medicaid. And I am just going to throw out there that when these cuts hit, that is going to radicalize a lot of people. And I hope that we can use that opportunity to get people motivated to turn out to protest, to turn out to vote, to turn out to do the things that keep us from like continuing this downslide into fascism. Because frankly, guys, I don't think there's really a way to spin this. I don't think there's a way to spin this as a win for Republicans. Because these kinds of cuts, you know, people might be kind of closed off in general. You know, especially if you're rural, you're kind of isolated. But you know what you do notice if you're rural and isolated? You notice if your fucking hospital, like, isn't in operation anymore.
They think we're waste and an obstacle to kissing their donors at CIS, to be frank.
True. Republican politicians, absolutely. But Republican voters in rural areas, they notice when their hospitals close. They notice when they can't take their kid to the hospital that was like 30 minutes away. Now they got to drive, 3 hours while little Timmy's brain is melting due to a high fever. They notice that shit. And like, that is going to radicalize anybody. Okay? And one of the things we need to do is we need to make sure that we are mobilizing en masse peacefully in order to provide a sane and positive alternative. Okay? That's what we need to do. Because otherwise, they are going to get radicalized by some other huckster. They're going to get radicalized by the local flim-flam man who's going to, like, teach them that actually you need to embrace the death cult. The cult of heroism is great, actually. Sacrifice yourself for the country. And don't let that happen. Don't let that happen. We all need to do our part, and I'm trying to do mine. I hope you guys will do yours. So that's kind of where we're at. And I understand that there are going to be a lot of people who believe wholeheartedly that, like, you know, people can't change and that, you know, bad people did this and they are always going to be bad. I just want you guys to know I reject that notion wholeheartedly. I reject the notion that people are incapable of change. I reject the notion that people are incapable of finding better ideas. I reject the notion that a better world is impossible because bad people exist. I reject it. This channel isn't going to be about that, ever. And so I hope you all will do your part to actually help save Medicaid, okay? Because I'm not just ending this as like, well, this bad thing is happening, because it hasn't happened yet, guys. Republicans have just revealed their plan. This is a plan that is going to be iterated on and is going to try and make its way all the way until September to be voted on for the budget, okay? So that's what this is that's what is happening here. And you guys can help sway things, all right? There is an ACT account by Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, and you can sign up to make calls in order to protect Medicaid. And I want you guys to start doing those calls. Incorporate them into your daily ritual. Call your elected representatives. Call them every day. I don't care if they're Republican. I don't care if they're Democrat. I don't care if they're like a progressive or like, you know, some kind of like centrist Dem. I don't care. Call them. Call them every goddamn day. Fax them every goddamn day. Leave them messages until you're blue in the face. All right? That's what I want to see from you guys. I don't want to see this, woe is me, everything's shitty, everything's broken, it's always going to be broken. That's like the attitude of like a 5-year-old. And I want people here to actually step up. You have agency. You have the ability to invoke change. Okay? So do it. Also, Fax Zero. Use Fax Zero. Okay? There is a website called faxzero.com. I'm going to link it in chat here, where you can send your elected representatives faxes without a fax machine. You just type up your fax, and it sends a fax to your elected representative. On the website, it has lists for your Congress people, both Senate and House, so you can fax them. So call them and fax them. I like faxing them because I know there's a physical piece of paper in their office that someone somewhere has to fucking read. They don't care, though? They do, though. I don't fucking care if you think that they don't read them. I don't care if you think that your senators are traitors. Call and fax. Call and fax. Call and fax. I don't think they care. They keep committing crimes. They want you to think that they don't care. They absolutely do care, okay? We know that they care because we get leaks about like, they're crying. They're crying because the town hall was mean to them. Fuck, even if it's just from your most vindictive side of yourself, call and fax them, okay? They don't care. Again, Starm, you've made a habit of doing this. I understand you're very doomer-pilled right now. Stop. Again, this channel is never going to be catering towards your guys' idea of like, oh, nothing good can happen. These people are just evil. They will never respond to public pressure. Hey, you know who was fucking evil? The white supremacists during the civil rights era. Did you know what they did anyway? They caved to fucking pressure. Like, I'm sorry, guys. Like, if you guys think like, oh man, we're really screwed, then get fucking louder. Okay? Get louder. Do more. Get other people to get loud. Get other people to do more too. Do your fucking part. This woe is me bullshit of like, oh, they aren't gonna care. Get over yourself. Get over yourselves. We're all fucking scared. We're like, you're not alone. We're all fucking terrified and upset and angry as shit. But we're gonna do something about it. Jay Garahart, it sounds like you find stuff that you look for. Let's see. They'll care if they think they're going to lose their next election. Yep. And, oh, wait. What's coming right around the corner? Literally right after September, it's the fucking election for the midterm starts. It's crazy.
Get out.
C321D9Q. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Appreciate it. I'm down to be a petty bitch. I'll call them and fax them and I'll primary them. Amber Brains, that's what I love to see. Okay? That's what I love to see. Be petty as fuck. You know, and the pettier you can be and the more spectacular your pettiness can be, the better. GGGGG, I love that. Power concedes nothing without a demand, and if you're not brave enough to demand via phone call, what is going to happen when things get worse and you need to demand with a gun? Exactly. Exactly. You demand now in as strong of terms as you can, and we keep doing that until we win. I'm pro-trans. Are they pumping that stuff out incessantly for everybody? Well, they are conservative channels. Conservative channels pump out trans stuff constantly.
Be a nightmare for those who are okay with you living in one.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I have time off work. I'll call them all day. Hell yeah, Metal Kitty Mom. Call them back even if they hang up. I don't care. I don't give a shit. That's what I love to see. That's what I love to see, guys. I tried during the election. I tried during the original budget vote. And you know what? We're going to keep trying. We do not have the luxury of stopping. Tomorrow's my day off, so it gives me something to do. Yep. And a tool you can use, 5calls.org. It'll help you connect to your representatives in the House, your senators, and also you can connect with your governors. Call your governors. Demand action from your governors as well. They are a powerful player in this. Did we do well back on March 14th? You did do well back on March 14th. Absolutely. Yeah, Jay Garhart, in my experience with Facebook, primarily what I get is conservative groups talking about trans people. It's a cesspool of that shit. Yeah, they legally cannot ignore you if you are a constituent. 5 calls is based on the on the premise that if you are a constituent, they are obligated to record the nature of your call and the topic of your call. If you call about 5 different things every week, that tallies up to 5 different calls that they received. Whereas if you call 5 times about one thing, it only counts as 1. It's stupid, but that's how they tally it. So yes, get out there, call, do everything you can. Now's the time. Because we got to fight this shit. They want to kill a lot of people. All right, folks. Oof. So, we have now been going for 1.5 hours. If you've been enjoying the show, folks, hit that follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the goddamn YouTube stream, and please consider dropping those subs, those donos, those memberships, those super chats, etc. Because that is what allows this show to continue existing. And I very much enjoy that it exists. I hope you guys are getting something out of it today. Hot diggity damn. Also, we've only had like 3 or 4 donos today. Push the button. It's true. Push the button, folks. We even got a song and everything. Go, go, go. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oof. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Raise the BWA
5.
energy now.
Damn! Ashley, Jay Curtis, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Salmon Moose, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs as well. Thank you so much. Akumi!
I'm clicking Grug.
Thank you for the $10 dono as well. I appreciate it, guys. Getting a little bit of additional song interlude.
I hereby cast a spell of war.
You guys are protecting me from the dono ghost.
And a second spell to summon the dono ghost.
BWA stands for Boaters with Attitude. Actually, I lie. It doesn't stand for anything. Hey, Benny Loco. How you doing? The more people that donate, the safer my bones will be from the ghost. Do I collaborate with anyone? Not really. There are people I know, but like we don't do a ton of crossovers. I've talked with Saurus on stream, like a few other people. Save Jack's bones!
Igneous is bliss, but don't take Jack's words for granted. Be nice to your community and get activated.
True travesty. Thank you for the $5 dono.
Don't worry, Jack, I have bones to spare.
Jay, thank you for the spare bones. Have I heard of it? I have heard of the line. I like it a lot. I know Moss. Luxander's been... I've done some stuff with Luxander in the past. What? I don't know what Takis is. Also, I saw someone ask... Oh, what does BWA mean? Shamaniacal the Shamanite. Thank you for the $2 super chat full of bones. BWA doesn't stand for anything. It's an old reference. Basically, I told a story once about how I tried to play, when I was like 10. I tried to play bwahaha as a word in Scrabble, and my mom wouldn't let me, and I was always upset about that. Even though it's a valid judgment, okay, in Scrabble. But I held like a weird personal grudge about it for a long time. And I told that story, and then people started donoing with BWA. Like bwahaha, bwahaha, bwa, and then the text-to-speech read bwahaha out, but then couldn't say bwa and instead said BWA, and I found it very funny, and people kept donating with BWA in the text-to-speech, and it just kind of became a community meme. And that someone who got it started was indeed Paladin Lost. It stands for Jack's big white ass. That's true. I did a photo shoot today for Imogene Olivia, and I can confirm I do have a big white ass. Oh, the Transatlantic Call-In Show, Takis. Gotcha. I know the Transatlantic Call-In Show.
Jack, did you hear about the cops arresting a quadriplegic for kicking down someone's door and running away? This actually happened.
Nope, I did not hear about it, but thank you for the $5 dono. We're also not going to be talking about it today. That absolutely sucks, but we've got bigger fish to fry, as it were. Your ass is a godlike force, much like Moby Dick. It's true. White whale, more like white whale tail. Fuck. Poor fish, what they ever do to you? What kind of dono goal could be done for cosplay? I don't know. Maybe like 50 or 60 subs. I have like a kind of cosplay outfit, but like I need to try it on to make sure it fits. I haven't tried it on yet. But let me tell you, if I do fit, it's over for you bitches. If I fit into that, it's fucking done.
If you want to support Jack, you can give subs or dono to Jack's big white asterisk asterisk asterisk. Hashtag BWA. But you can also click the got 'em Ned button. BWA.
Paladin, thank you for the $15 dono. I hope you're doing well, and thank you very, very much for supporting the show. I do... Okay, but like, you guys keep suggesting like different shows I would love to collaborate with or like be on or talk about, but the issue is like, if I were to go over a socialist engineering podcast, I don't know that I have that much input to give, you know, like, oh, I agree with the politics. I agree engineering is interesting, but like, I don't have that much to like add to it, you know, and I want to make sure my commentary is at least doing something useful, calling you guys to action, explaining complicated shit. You know, I want to make sure I'm doing something useful. Still got to get Jack on Bituation Room. I would love to go on Bituation Room. I'm trying this treehouse magic mushroom syrup. I'll let you know how it works. Yeah, tell me how that works. I saw Treehouse. I've seen it before, but I have no idea what the fuck it is. What, like actual engineers? Yes, like actual engineers. Is this, well, there's your problem? Yes. Look, all I'm gonna say is if I do this cosplay, it's gonna look real good. It's gonna look real good. It's like a fun vinyl outfit. And I have some matching boots. Like the energy is gonna be great if it fits. Do. All right. All right. The other thing I like doing is watching stuff with you guys that can like further your awareness of different problems. Right? Oh, Travis T, I would love to go on Transatlantic Call-In Show or any of these shows you guys are like throwing at me. I'd be happy to go on them. But also, like, I can't invite myself onto someone else's show. You know, like that just isn't how it works. So like it doesn't I can't do that. I can't just be like, I'm coming on next week. You can't. No, I can't. I need to be polite. Black tank top with a neck scarf cosplay? How is that a cosplay though? How much would I have to pay to just to play with your toes and come across your feet? I'd pay anything. If you drop $10,000 right now, I will consider it. $10,000, I will consider it. No promises. What the fuck is that? Look, I don't make the questions here, chat. 20K? I'll consider it. But you got to drop it. Well, this stream got weird. Did it? Or are we just going to continue on like nothing happened? Those words aren't in the Bible. I'm pretty sure 10K is in the Bible. What did I just click into? Who the fuck knows? Everyday normal stuff. Genuinely, guys, for me, that is very normal. It just rarely comes out into like one of the chats while I'm streaming. It usually sticks in like the DM requests where I never look at it. Yeah, $40,000 allows for Warhammer to be involved. It's true. I'll consider it. Okay, well, you can consider it. And if that $20,000 dono comes through, I'll reconsider you being banned. Okay. Okay, can we just take like a moment to just marvel at that? Like, comes in, asks to come on my feet, and then like when I'm like, all right, $20,000, I'll think about it. You do look a bit weird. Like you belong in the kitchen, but also don't. Man, woman looking thing. It's like, you're the one who wanted to come on my feet, but like, I don't know. Like you wanted to come on my feet.
That was some weird shit.
I didn't get transphobic until I got priced out. Yeah. Like I don't know, like buy me some high quality leather and we'll talk, you know, like Jesus.
People are aroused. I haven't seen people so aroused in a very, very long time.
All right. That being said, folks, we got another segment to get to. It's important. We got to do shit. All right, here we go. So, folks, there is a lady in Congress. I know it's crazy. What is this? The 2025 women in Congress? What will they think of next? But it's true. There is one, at least, in there, and her name is Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. All right, and we're gonna be talking about her because she did a great 45-minute long discussion about what is happening with Medicaid and the proposed Republican cuts. It's fairly comprehensive. We're gonna go over it, and let's go. And the reason I'm doing this as a segment is because I think a lot of you guys wouldn't watch this unless I was here talking about it with you. So we're gonna dive into it. Before we do, hey folks, are you watching this on YouTube? Remember to like, comment, and subscribe because it really helps out the channel. And we've almost overtaken the amount of followers I have on Twitch. Don't you want to beat those Twitch assholes? I bet you do. Hit the subscribe button today. That was really mean. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Twitch. God. Anyway, do the things. I love you guys, Twitch. Sorry. Hit the butt. All right, here we go.
What's up, everybody? How's it going? Waiting for some folks to join us. Let me see if this is working. Hello, everyone. How's everybody doing? I know it's a Saturday night, so I'll make sure to post this when we're all wrapped up. Hey, everyone. What's up? But I want to talk about, someone said that's an incredible plant. Thank you. Fun fact about this plant right here is that I first got this tree when it was like this big, and it was one of the first things I got when I got to Washington, and I got it from a local plant store, and it was this big, and now it's grown into this big thing. Anyways, hey everyone. I want to talk about a bunch of things. I know there's been a ton of stuff going on in the news. I know it's been a while since I've been on live, but obviously also I've been seeing a lot of you all on the road.
Okay, yeah, you guys are noting that her hair looks great, and I genuinely, how do I get my hair to look great? I don't know, but that looks amazing.
I want to talk about some of what we can do right now, actually. This is a very important week. I know that, can you all hear me? Someone said they can't hear.
I do watch Leah Miller sometimes, not a ton.
I know that this is a super important week. Sorry, I'm just trying to make sure the microphone isn't covered. Ooh. Can you all hear me? Okay, so I know this is a very important week. And I want to talk to you about some of these things because there's so much happening in the news. And once again, we have to make sure that we are not in a reactive state. I know there is a lot of crazy, dangerous, terrible things that that are going on. It does not mean that we don't care about them, but it's that they always want us on our back foot, reacting to things that have just happened. We can do that, but they also don't want us on our front foot preparing for what they are going to do next. And what I want to talk to you all about today is some of the things that they are planning to do next week and how we can prepare, because we have a very unique opportunity to derail and get ahead of the game and derail what they are about to do. And I want to talk to you about that because I've talked in past lives about how the number one priority for Republicans this year is to pass this massive tax cut for the rich and to attack and gut Medicaid in order to pay for it.
And we did cover that breakdown that she did months ago. And basically everything she talked about really came to pass. I, for one, really appreciated her breakdown of that in the past. You can watch that, obviously, on her channels, or you can watch my breakdown of that on mine. But I'm interested to see how, like what her take is. Like, how can we do more than just call? That's kind of what I'm interested in. I think a lot of it is going to boil down to calling and, amping up pressure on members of Congress. But I'm interested to see where this is going to go, because I imagine it's going to be more complicated than just call.
One of the first major steps that we have that they are going to be doing to proceed on that process is next week. In fact, it's on Tuesday so far. And so I want to talk about what we can do to prepare for that next week. And yes, I will be answering some of your questions and talking about some of the other stuff that's going on. We saw some of the horrible stuff that happened in Newark. ICE, making sure ICE kind of arresting the mayor of Newark and some other things that are going on. So I'll talk about that, but I want us to get ahead of the game. Right now, there is a link in my bio, ocasio-cortez.com/save Medicaid. I want to talk about what's about to happen on Tuesday and what we can do to change what is going on, and also some of the things that are happening within the Republican Party. So first and foremost, on Tuesday, like about a month ago or so, Republicans put budget instructions on the floor of the House, and they voted to direct the Energy and Commerce Committee to cut $880 billion from their budget. Now, when you look at the numbers, given some of the guidelines and parameters that they put down, the lion's share of that $880 billion is going to be cut from Medicaid. Medicaid is the largest, is one of the largest, if not the largest health insurer in the United States of America. Out of every 5 Americans, 1 is covered by Medicaid. So 1 in 5 Americans is covered in whole or in part by Medicaid. So we are talking about one of the largest blows to healthcare in the United States. And they want to do that because they need to cut $880 billion from Medicaid in order to pay for and finance their tax cuts for billionaires. And that's the board that we've got going on right now. Now, someone said Medicaid is for Americans only. That's correct. Anyone that's telling you that there's all this stuff happening in Medicaid is largely lying to you, to be honest with you. In fact, undocumented people, let me just start off with that piece. Undocumented.
Comrade Girl, if your like representative is not on the Energy and Commerce Committee, you'll get like a side panel that basically covers this. Basically, blah, 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 blah. If you're represented by a Republican who isn't on the Energy and Commerce Committee, please use this other page to call. So go do that. And if like you aren't represented by a Republican, call your Democrat.
Pay billions of dollars in federal taxes to help finance programs that they are ineligible for. Okay? So anyone who tells you that undocumented people are all getting Medicare and all this other stuff, that's simply not true. It's just not true. They pay taxes. They may pay for your Medicaid, but they're not paying for their own Medicaid. I'll tell you that much. Now, here's the thing. And that's the first distraction, number 1, right? Is trying to get you to cut your own health insurance because they're trying to get people all twisted up into believing that their health care is, and that the problems in this country is their neighbor, instead of the actual billionaires that are literally putting everything in motion to steal your health care to pay for their tax cuts. So don't fall for the rope-a-dope, okay?
Don't fall for it. They're trying to reverse Robin Hood us. Don't. Is it a reverse Robin Hood if they're just being the sheriff of Nottingham? I guess that would just be the sheriff of Nottingham. They're trying to sheriff of Nottingham us.
Now, number 2 is this hearing is happening on Tuesday. There are 20-something members, Republican members on the Energy and Commerce Committee. This year, I was appointed to this committee. So I have front row center seats to what is going on. And that's why I'm telling you about it right now. Many of the Republicans on the Energy and Commerce Committee that have to vote to proceed on these cuts are from swing districts, okay? That means we have an opportunity. Everyone on this is not a committee where everyone is in a Republican plus 30 seat. There are people that are in, there's something known as a Cook report score, which is basically like the margin of victory. There are 2 Republicans that are in dead even seats, R plus 0. There are, I think, about 5 Republicans that have a less than 5-point margin on their Cook score. And I think there's about 12 that are
We're going to speed
less
this up
than
a little
10.
bit.
That means we have an opportunity here. And that means the time is now to be blowing up the phones of the Republican members on this committee in the next 72 hours, okay? Within the next 72 hours. Making sure that means, and maybe a little bit longer than that, because that means we can be, and even though it's the weekend, you can leave a voicemail today, you can leave one tomorrow, you can have your nice Mother's Day brunch, and then after that, make your phone call, or you can make it on Monday and Tuesday. This markup, this is something known as a markup, this hearing on this bill is currently scheduled, sometimes they change it, but it's currently scheduled to start on Tuesday at 2 p.m. Someone said, who are the Republicans on this committee? If you click on the link in my Instagram bio, or if you just go to ocasio-cortez.com/save Medicaid, you can see what some of that stuff is. You can type in your zip code and you can see.
And Yenzo in Twitch chat writes, what's even wrong with undocumented people getting health coverage? Literally nothing. Literally nothing. Hot take. Everyone should have health care. Everyone should. Not just from like a moral and ethical perspective, but literally from a financial perspective as well. It is cheaper to provide people health care across the board, in large part because that also enables them to get preventative care, which prevents it from becoming worse and more expensive. In fact, it helps to keep people healthier when they have healthcare that they can just use. So like, from like basically every perspective one can imagine, we should want everyone in our society to have healthcare. Even people who are undocumented. Everyone, regardless of their origin, regardless of their station, regardless of like the circumstances of their birth, their ideology, whatever, they should have health care. It's just the right thing to do on every single level. Republicans just, frankly, they want people to suffer so that they can line their donors' pockets.
Represented by one of those members on the committee or not, and you can make a phone call. I also, if you type in your zip code and if your member is on that committee, it also populates a call script if you need help knowing what to say when you want to call them. Of course, if you want to say your own thing, that's more than fine, but the call script is there to help give you a guide.
What's the strategy, Jack, if my Democratic rep is on the committee? You call them and tell them to fight like hell against these cuts. That's the strat.
Now, and yes, it's the Energy and Commerce Committee. Now, there are different parts of reconciliation that are going to move through different committees. After Energy and Commerce, it's going to move through the Budget Committee, which is different, which is a different set of members. But the Energy and Commerce Committee is one of the most important places where we can move this stuff through. They're also going to be attacking SNAP through the Agricultural Committee.
The proposed changes to SNAP are some of the most devastating, by the way. We didn't go over these earlier, but they're quite bad. Here, let me pull up like a breakdown just real quick. Yeah, here it is. God. This is Bobby Kogan, Senior Director of the Federal Budget Policy for the Center of American for American Progress, breaking down things as he reads through it. I should follow that. It's the largest SNAP cut in history. Basically significantly raises the waiver threshold, requires your area to have an unemployment rate at least 10%, and even then you only get a year waiver. So you can only get a waiver if the economy is worse than the height of the Great Recession. So that's cool. Basically, you just don't get waivers to get SNAP unless we have Great Depression too. Republicans are going after something they long hated, where if you get even $1 of LAHEAP, you get SNAP. They're really, really pissed that states will use their flexibility to get some extremely poor people SNAP who wouldn't otherwise qualify. So they're upping it to a $20 requirement. Addendum from above. So I mentioned they're making it so ABODs now go up to 64, making it so that your kid is 7 or older. They're not a dependent for this. So they'll take food away from you if you have a 7-year-old, if you lose your job during a catastrophic recession. Truly evil stuff. Like literally they're talking about the Great Recession, like the 2008, the Great Recession, the subprime mortgage crisis. People lost their jobs, economy imploded, impossible to get jobs. Lie heap is what it allows people to like survive frigid winters and like, you know, not fry to death in the heat. A 7-year-old is a yeah, that's the thing. A 7-year-old, for all intents and purposes, in every other legal circumstance, is a dependent, except when you're trying to get food to keep them alive, I guess. Then they're not. Because, you know, Republicans want to have, you know, the rich keep more of their money. Next section is about punishing poor people for living too extravagantly, which Republicans define as, and I'm not making this up, having internet access. Internet costs are no longer allowed to be used in computing the excess shelter expense deduction to determine benefit levels. So basically, guys, if you have internet and you're dirt poor, you're living the high life. You're probably not going to get SNAP, apparently. Previously, states paid 5% of SNAP expenses. Now states are going to pay 25%. So that's super, super cool. It's basically the agricultural bill for SNAP gives a bunch of tax breaks and handouts to farmers, while cutting and gutting any of the actual food benefits to children. So that's what is currently being proposed when it comes to SNAP. Who the fuck decides this bullshit? Republicans, who are in the pockets of big money donors, big business, the billionaires. We're in the time of robber barons, folks. Perhaps even in the time of robber kings. And we need to fight them with everything we got. We need to fight them with everything we got. These people have had too much power for too long, and now they think they have the right to kill us in order to get tax breaks. I don't even understand how this gets them more money. SNAP and TANF actually generate economy. Yeah, but like the thing is, they don't care that these policies are good for the general economy, because none of these ghouls, none of these billionaire ghouls care about the general economy. They want to become the general economy. That's kind of the thing, right? Like, and if that means they destroy the general economy until they're the only monopolies left in town, they're fine with that. They are fine with that. Like, they're fine nuking the entire United States as long as they can set up New Vegas and lord over it as the God Kings, you know? They're all obsessed with this entire, like, fantasy world where they become like AI techno gods. Like, they're all insane. You know, like they're as insane these days, these billionaires like Elon Musk and like Peter Thiel. They're all as insane as like the lead-addled inbred morons that dictated European politics for, you know, 1,000 years. All right? They're just as crazy. And we need to we need to talk about them as if they are that crazy. Too many people give them way too much credit as being like effective or scheming or like actually capable. These people are not capable. They lucked into money by having someone that they knew who was smarter than them go, hey, what if we had a bank but it was online? And then someone was like, and then they were like, I'll give you $10 million to make that happen. And then they turned that $10 million into, $100 billion. But like, they're not smart people. Elon Musk like twisted a car company that he didn't even create so that he could release a line of like novelty cars with model numbers that spelled out sexy. That was his master plan. Goddamn morons. Yeah, no, but you know what, Enzo? That's exactly it, right? They make themselves out to be Bond villains when actually they're the cast of Jackass, but less aware. They're like, Mr. Bond, as you can see, I've put my ball sack into a vice, attached to a trebuchet. When you cross that line, the trebuchet will fire. And then, who will be laughing then? As my balls sack sails through the air. And it's just like, what? Wait, what? No one. That's awful. Why would you do that? I've gotten a venture capital firm to invest $12 trillion into my ball sack trebuchet. And it's just, like, that's like, I'm being hyperbolic, but like, that's genuinely what a bunch of them have been able to do with like AI technologies. Like, genuinely. Do we have Elon stands in this chat? No, we fucking don't. Casino Royale if it went the extra mile, exactly.
A bunch of other stuff too, but the crown jewel, one of the crown jewels of what they're going for is Medicaid. Again, they're also going to try to cut SNAP in order to pay for tax cuts for Elon and billionaires and the 1%. And by the way, for I see a comment that says $38 trillion in debt. Yeah, these bills explode the national debt and the national deficit. In fact, Donald Trump's 2017 tax cut bill also exploded the national debt and the national deficit. Because guess what? When billionaires and mega corporations in this country don't pay into the taxes like you do, then we have very few things. It reduces the amount of income that we have in order to pay for a properly functioning, developed society. And so if you are concerned about our national debt and national deficit, I sure hope you support raising and actually just returning to normal taxation levels for the wealthiest people and corporations in America. But the answer is not going to be in cutting Medicaid. That's first and foremost. Number two, they love to talk about waste, fraud, and abuse. But if that were true, the cuts to any waste, fraud, and abuse that they identify should be reinvested into more efficient delivery of these programs. If you find that, oh wait, we have found that we could make this process more efficient, then make it more efficient and expand the amount of healthcare provisions that are available to people. But that's an aside. The answer is not in cutting veterans care as they've been doing. The answer is not in defunding the PACT Act as they've been doing. Because I'll tell you, our service members go abroad and they breathe in air from burn pits and they get exposed to toxic inhalations. Their healthcare should be covered. And you shouldn't be making a buck off of the misery and off of defunding healthcare.
And I'm just going to say, like, one of my friends is married to a veteran who inhaled air from these toxic burn pits. And like he's permanently fucked up. Like from breathing in all of that the toxic fumes from the burn pits. And like, yeah, that should be covered. The US government fucking poisoned him. and like ruined the function of his internal organs, like permanently. Yeah, his health coverage should be covered. The fact that like the US government is trying to weasel out of its commitment to veterans, to the people of the United States, is disgusting. It's why I call these Republican politicians traitors. And it's because they've betrayed the most vital part of our republic, the very people that make it up.
Service members. Anyways, I will continue. We have an opportunity to stop this, and we have an opportunity to act right now. So my first ask is to go to that link in my bio and see if one of your members is represented on the Energy and Commerce Committee. And if you type in your zip code, it will tell you that. Sorry, I got a lot.
I'm linking it in chat. You guys can check out that link I just posted. I just posted that link in chat. It's a tool that will help see if you have a member on that Commerce Committee.
Computer in front of me for light. If you type in your zip code, it will tell you if you are represented, and if you are, then it will give you the call script. It'll tell you everything that you need to do. And yes, you can make pressure calls on Republicans, but it is also important. It is also important to give positive calls to Democrats who are standing up and doing the right thing. All too often.
This is true, and I know it's galling as hell, but if your representative is doing the right thing, give them a call and tell them that they're doing a good job. They are human beings, and those positive calls really do stand out to them on like an individual human level, and it can mean the world to them. And you know, they're your representative. You want them to like you.
In politics, people engage in all sticks and no carrots. And I do think that it's important. You have to show two things at once. Both that, one, if an elected official is doing something that you oppose, that you will also oppose them. But two, that if a politician is standing up and does do the right thing, that there is actually a constituency for doing the right thing, and that people are willing to take action to support that. So positive things are just as important to. Positive.
If your Congress member isn't on the Energy and Commerce Committee, you can again reach out to different members of Congress via 5calls.org, your elected representatives. You can ask them to do what they can in their various capacities in Congress. I'm just going to link 5calls.org for those of you who would like to get in on that.
This is important to do as tough love. It said that it was like pausing it. Anyways, so that's first and foremost that I want to talk to you all about. Save Medicaid. And by the way, I want to get a little bit more granular as well. There are members on the Energy and Commerce Committee from states all across the country. From Michigan, you've got Gabe Evans in Colorado. We did one of our rallies in Greeley in his district. We've done rallies in other Republican districts as well.
That's a good question, Comrade Girl. Can Dems prevent this from passing? My understanding is that Mitch McConnell kind of gave up our leverage and kicked the can down the road. I'm unsure whether or not we now are able to stop it come the final vote on this in December. Did I say Mitch McConnell? I meant Chuck Schumer. I meant Chuck Schumer. I wish Chuck Schumer had as much of a spine as Mitch McConnell. Jeez. I did say Mitch McConnell. I meant Chuck Schumer. I'm so sorry. Everyone's aroused right now.
People are aroused. I haven't seen people so aroused in a very, very long time.
But yeah, Chuck Schumer kicked the can down the road from its initial budget date back into September. This bill is going to go to a final vote in September. Right now, amendments are being voted on by the different committees, like the Commerce Committee. Energy and Commerce Committee. So like, so like that's why we're putting effort on trying to call people who are on that committee, because people on that committee can make changes to what is being proposed. However, I'm unsure whether the Democrats in the Senate are able to stop this on procedural grounds come September. I'm unsure about that at the moment. Yeah, they're also able to potentially put a stop to it when it comes to agriculture and like cuts to SNAP. Again, we'll see what happens, but we need to leverage as much pressure as we can to try and influence the outcome.
Very, very close, tight, and competitive seats. And if they are able to hear from their constituents, and if they're able to respect their constituents' desires, which is possible in these kinds of close seats, then we may be able to slow down this bill or stop it altogether. And if we are able to stop it altogether, then we are also able to save Medicaid. And I want to tell you, again, do not give up on this, because the pressure is starting to work. Donald Trump and Steve Bannon, one of his top political strategists, are realizing how many people in this country are on Medicaid and how many Republicans are actually on Medicaid. There are lots of Republicans who receive government programs and government benefits who, in order for them to sustain this, they convince everybody that somehow like a bunch of undocumented people are taking all the Medicaid in this country, which is not true. They want to lie.
Yeah, undocumented people can't get Medicaid. We'd be a better country if they could. If we just had universal health care, we'd be a better country.
Say that all like their new thing is able-bodied men, as though there's like millions and millions and millions of like 20-year-old guys that have like somehow fraudulently taking Medicaid. Also not true.
Yeah, most of the people on Medicaid aren't able-bodied young men. If they were, they'd probably be in the military, They had nowhere else to go.
Is already one of the most efficient government programs in the United States. Like, literally, all the fat from it has already been trimmed. And if you're on Medicaid, you probably already know that.
Hey, Amanda Corian.
So what they are saying, because Trump's popularity is tanking due to these boneheaded ass-backwards tariffs that he's put on, because...
Which, by the way, apparently today, they dropped the tariff on China for 90 days back down to 30%. So it went from like 155% or something to 30%. Like it's nuts. It's nuts. The level of uncertainty currently being injected into the market is wild. And like as bad as like the supply chain disruption is going to be from like this like tariff nonsense going up and down and being as bad as that's going to be, right? Like there's already a certain amount of suffering kind of baked in where like the economy is going to roil for, months from just this supply chain disruption. But the bigger issue here is the uncertainty. The uncertainty is going to like keep things bad and keep things painful because businesses price uncertainty into their goods. One of the things you need to understand about like modern economies is that uncertainty is risk. And when a good is riskier to price, or riskier to, ship, because you don't know what its price is going to be, and it's not dependable over a, certain period of time, then you tend to, out of an abundance of caution, price it higher. Price it higher. Right? So it's bad. In uncertainty, you either price it higher or you don't ship at all because you're waiting for a better opportunity to get in, right? It's really bad. And one of the things that uncertainty can do is, even in the absence of absurdly high tariffs, it can bring everything to a screeching halt anyway and trigger a recession. That's one of the big worries right now, is that even if these tariffs drop down to 10%, 10% is still really high. And for a lot of these countries, it's still 30, 40, 50%. And all of this is to say that some people are going oh man, we're getting a good deal now that it's down to 30%. And 30, the EU tariffed goods coming in from the United States at 5%. That was considered high. We have across the board 10%. That's insane. That's insane. So, all that to be said, economically, we're still in for a very, very bad time. Still in the cool zone for sure.
Their popularity is tanking because of all this crazy stuff that they're doing, snatching women and babies off the street who have done nothing wrong, tearing people apart, tearing communities apart. Now they're already on the defensive, and they cannot take this blow on Medicaid. And so Trump has been making calls to Republicans in the House saying, we don't know if we can cut Medicaid.
Are we screwed? I mean, we're not screwed, but we're in for a rough ride. We're in for a rough ride, and hopefully that rough ride is rough enough that it dissuades the Trump administration from trying more of this tariff hardball, But things are not going to be super pleasant for a stretch of time here. Also used suit, awooga to you, sir, and or ma'am, and or them. Gentle them. There we go. Nailed it.
Problem for them because they have no way of paying for these tax cuts for Elon and all of their donor class without touching Medicaid. They don't know how to do it. They can't figure it out.
There isn't a way.
And so Trump and the White House are starting to crack on this.
Because, guys, keep in mind, one of the big reasons that the Trump administration unleashed Doge and Elon Musk on the federal government was basically because Elon Musk is a colossal dipshit and basically approached Donald Trump and said, everything is computers. And he said, everything is computers. And Elon promised him to basically, find the money by rooting out the waste, fraud, and abuse by digitizing and AI-ifying everything, right? So basically, Elon, in a bid to grab as much data as possible for his, hallucinating lie engine known as Grok, cut that deal, as well as trying to get more and more government contracts. And it turns out, hey, applying AI to everything didn't find a bunch of waste, fraud, and abuse, actively cost more, and now Republicans are having to do the dirty work themselves of actually cutting Medicaid. So, why is Elon not in jail? Largely because Republicans are in office and will never hold any of their own accountable for anything. Hello, non-binary. And Seventh Irreverent, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, folks. Welcome, welcome. But we should remember who is breaking the law currently in order to prosecute them in the future.
Why I am telling you this. I am not here to give you any BS. When I tell you to make a call, I don't tell you this in circumstances when I don't think it's going to make any difference. This will make a difference. And so we need to be ahead of the ball. This is an opportunity. And this is an opportunity where we can start to mobilize in the next 72-ish hours that can change an outcome. And that is because we are here to talk to you about something before it happens. And so I want to tell...
Oh, shitbang EXE. I am also not sure Dems have it in them to hold anyone accountable either. Which is, and this is why the important component in all of this is that Democrats on their own aren't going to be strong enough or willing enough to do the right thing. They aren't going to be willing to show strength. They're not going to be willing to fight back unless we mobilize and demand it ourselves. Okay? Unless we mobilize and demand it ourselves. Right? Nidot, thank you for the $5 Canadian. I'm a coder, and let me tell you about old systems like COBOL a bit in passing. He makes me just about get an aneurysm with his stupidity. Yep. I know almost nothing about COBOL, and even I know what he says about it is stupid as hell. That being said, like, we have to do the mobilizing, organizing, and fighting ourselves. They aren't going to do it for us. That's clear from Do Nothing Chuck Schumer, okay? He's not going to do shit. It's been made abundantly clear to us on the ground that Democrats don't want to do anything. They want to let the Trump administration hang itself. But in the process, a lot of us are going to suffer. And we're not going to do that quietly, and we're going to fucking fight. We're going to get out on the streets. We're going to make our calls. We're going to make our displeasure known until it reverberates from the rooftops from here to Washington, D.C. And on the upcoming June 14th organizing day, I want to see as many of you as possible out on the streets protesting against this administration. Okay? June 14th, it's Donald Trump's birthday, it's Flag Day, and it is also now and henceforward No King's Day. Okay? So fuck the Baileys and get out there. All right? Because let me tell you something. Democrats are not just going to go, I guess we'll keep them accountable. No, we have to demand it. The movement that is going to be bringing Democrats back into power is on our backs. And we get to dictate what they are going to do. They don't get to say to us, oh, we're, maybe we won't hold them. No, you got to hold them accountable, motherfucker. That's part of your job. That's part of the mandate. That's part of why we're doing this. And so that's my perspective at any rate. Of course, Democrats of their own accord aren't going to do anything. But they were never going to. We have to mobilize the power to make them do those things. Thoughts on the viral campaign to flood the internet with pictures of Obama on the 14th of June? I would much rather effort be spent getting people out on the streets. The Democrat, I'm going to read Curly Dorothy's comment in Twitch chat because I think it's really apt. The Democratic Party is largely a right-wing party, not a principled left-wing opposition. The only way they ever demonstrate any courage is by overwhelming pressure from voters, and that is our job. Not only that is always our job, but more so than ever, it's our job right now to apply that pressure. What's Chuck up to? Haven't seen him in a while. Chuck Schumer is busy letting Republicans hang themselves while he twiddles his thumbs. oddly twiddling his thumbs while they're simultaneously up his ass. Don't know how that's possible, but he's found a new way to do it.
Because as I mentioned, there are a lot of states, a lot of people don't know, no matter where you are in this country, whether you're a New Yorker like me, whether you're a Michigander, whether you're from Pennsylvania, Colorado, huge amounts of your state budget comes from Medicaid. Because the way Medicaid works is that Medicaid is the way Medicaid gets dispersed is actually by the states. And so Medicaid is paid for by a combination of state and federal match money. In wealthier states, the federal match is lower. So, for example, in New York, the match is 1-to-1. For every $1 that New York spends, the federal government spends $1. Other states, like Kentucky, they actually get a higher federal match, where 70% of their around 70% of their Medicaid disbursements are paid by the federal government, and 30% are paid by the state. And
so this is why I wanted to talk a little bit about this here. That match means that cuts to Medicaid are going to hit red states a lot harder than they're going to hit blue states. One of the things I've been talking about for a while is the fact that the Trump administration is not good at being fascistic, right? Usually when you're a fascist, right, you want to give your supporters special little treats for supporting you. You know, this is kind of a through line for a lot of different fascistic movements, but there's some kind of material benefit to being in that in-group that is dispersed to you by the federal government, right? Or by the government you are trying to turn into a fascist apparatus. Donald Trump is actually doing a thing that is going to specifically hurt his supporters in a way that they aren't going to be able to ignore, and is going to hit them exponentially harder. Yeah, exactly. Viktor Orban clinging to power, Hitler solidifying his power base by dispersing the seized property of undesirables and Jews. Like this has been a thing for a while, but Trump hasn't done that. All of his policies are things that are disproportionately going to hurt Republican voters on the ground. Not the big donors. They're going to be fine. But, Republicans in rural Appalachia? I can never remember how to pronounce that right. I'm sorry. I'm from the Midwest. They're going to be fucked. They're going to be screwed over even harder than they were before. Just pretty hard. Appalachia? Gotcha. Thank you, Curly Dorothy. The incompetence of American fascism is what is saving us right now. All fascism is incompetent, but especially so this administration. Holy shit, Mississippi has the highest rate of federal spending to Medicaid. Yep. The entire South. If you are in the South, you might want to consider moving before these cuts go into effect, if you are at all able to, and especially if you depend on Medicaid.
Is that for so many state budgets, a huge amount of the money that comes in for the state budget in general comes in through Medicaid financing. And so if you touch Medicaid, you are also blowing a massive hole in a lot of state budgets, which are going to affect schools, which are going to affect lots of other things to make up the difference. And so I have some numbers here that I want to tell you about because I have pulled up some of the Medicaid. So for example, in Pennsylvania, 40% of the Pennsylvania state budget is comprised of the state and federal match for Medicaid. 40%. In Nevada, 32% of the entire Nevada state budget is tied to Medicaid. In Colorado, Gabe Evans' district, 36% of the entire Colorado state budget is composed of the Medicaid state and federal match. This is one of the reasons why they are going after Medicaid. Because if you go after Medicaid, you start an entire domino effect on state budgets. And so what they're trying to do is gut a lot of the federal matching and the federal finance, and then they're going to gut state budgets down the board. And, you know, this isn't just blue states. North Carolina, 31% of that state budget is Medicaid. This is going to affect red states, it's going to affect blue states, it's going to affect everybody. And they are tricking people into thinking that they can support this whole waste, fraud, and abuse narrative, but the numbers do not add up. In fact, I've been sitting through all these committee hearings. The highest number that the Republican Party has advanced forward in terms of what can be attributed to quote unquote waste, fraud, and abuse. And mind you, not a single investigation has been put in front of the Energy and Commerce Committee to back these numbers up. But the highest number they have is $50 billion. Even if you believe everything that they say with no evidence, if they've identified $50 billion in waste, fraud, and abuse, why are they cutting $880 billion, nearly $1 trillion? The math is not mathing. And the reason for it is because they have been assigned to find $880 billion because they are going to give $880 billion to billionaires.
Yep. They're giving the biggest tax break in history to the wealthiest people in history. And none of you who make anything less than like, $1 million a year are going to see any kind of benefit to that whatsoever. And that's the vast majority of America.
And so, again, I want you all, I'm giving you all this information, not to frustrate it, not to paralyze you, but to say that is why you should go to the link in my bio, look up, see if your representative is on that committee, and make a call and tell them, do not vote for this reconciliation bill. Do not vote for this markup bill. And if you're...
And I'm just going to throw this in chat one more time. Check and see if your elected representative is on this committee. If they're not, get your friends, get your family, get everyone in your social network to check. Okay? A lot of these links, these calls to action, they're not just for you, they're for every single person you know. And part of your job is to share them with as many people as possible so that we can get it out and we can maximize the amount of pressure. Can I get my cat to check? Go for it.
If you are represented by a Republican who's not on the committee, it'll still kick you a call script in order to give a general call to them, because that vote will be coming to the floor eventually, and everyone's going to have to vote for it, or vote on it, rather. So I wanted to speak on that to you all, because in the next 72 hours, we have an opportunity. The Trump administration is already starting to crack on this. They are already starting to give way on this because MAGA's on Medicaid. And one of the differences that we have is that we fight for everyone to have a good life in this country. Even if you're a Republican, even if you voted for Donald Trump, I believe healthcare is a right, and I believe that you should have healthcare too. I don't care who you voted for. I'm trying to look out for y'all. So that is something that we can do right now in this moment, and we've prepared all the toolkits ready for that. So thank you. Some other things in terms of order to speak on, I'm happy to take some of your questions now, but it was so important. And I wanted to get this message out to you all as well, because in the next 72 hours, we have an opportunity to make a difference and to change the game. So thank you all so much. Someone said, just called, left a message. Thank you. I love to see that. Just instant action. That's what it's all about. I so really appreciate you all. And that's all it takes, like just quick call. It literally takes 5 minutes. If you don't like talking on the phone, Saturday is an amazing day to call, because you go straight to voicemail and you can leave a voicemail and they'll log it for you. So thank you all so much. Again, link is in my bio. And it's ocasio-cortez.com/save Medicaid. Someone said, if we call Tuesday night, is that too late? No, it's not too late. I want to tell you, in fact, what is going to happen on Tuesday. So this markup is going to start currently scheduled to start at Tuesday at 2 p.m. It will be live streamed on C-SPAN and probably on some other places. Like you probably find it on YouTube and what have you. And what's going to happen on Tuesday is that these amendments are, well, first and foremost, they're going to
Well, the issue, Alan Smith, is that, like, if these cuts go into effect, we're all fucked, and no one's going to be laughing because a lot of people who we like are going to suffer and die. It's not just bad people who are going to suffer and die. It's people we like, who are good, kind-hearted people in this community. And I don't want to see that happen.
They're going to introduce this bill. Everyone is allowed to issue an opening statement. So all, I think, around 50-something members of the committee will be giving at least a 3-minute opening statement, and then we go to markup. Now, what that means is that everyone is allowed to introduce
so let's do everything we can to avert
so Democrats
the bad
are going
timeline.
to be issuing plenty of amendments to this bill, and we're going to drag this thing out, okay? We're going to make this, we are going to grind this thing to a halt. I will be introducing amendments. The chairman will be introducing amendments. Every single member of the committee will be introducing amendments to this bill. We are not going to let them do this in any kind of easy way. I'm ready. I'm going to be physically preparing. You know, I'm going to be staying in a seat for double-digit hours. And we are going to make sure that this happens. Their goal, what Republicans are trying to do, is that they're going to try to finish this probably by Wednesday at midnight. We may go longer. I don't know. We may be there till 11 p.m., midnight, 1, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. I wouldn't be surprised if we were there even longer, because we're going to do everything that we can to grind this process to a halt, to give you all as much time as possible to continue to organize, spread, call more people, get more people to call, and to really start building the momentum on this.
Yeah, I'm going to be insufferable about this for like the next 2 days. So sorry, y'all. I'm gonna be banging this drum insufferably for the next couple days.
To know that the goal here is for this to really start to bloom. Tuesday is a major showdown, but it is not the last showdown. It is the first major showdown that we have, culminating before it goes to a House floor.
Hey, the Raider.
And I also want you to know that there are, in fact, many vulnerable members on that committee. And as we present amendments, they're going to think that they're slick. They think,
yep.
And when I say that, what it means is that every amendment, there are people who are in really tight seats, and they think they can get out of a political bind by walking away from the committee and not showing up for the vote. Yes, they're going to try to not show up for the vote because they are so scared of having a record on this, and because they are not used to people following what happens in committee. So usually, if a vote is tough, you can just take a walk on it, literally leave the room while the vote is happening, and they don't expect people at home to know that they are skipping votes, because committee votes usually aren't as tracked by the public. And so by tracking it now, by blowing this stuff up now, by putting shining a light on it now in committee, they're going to get in trouble if they take a walk. Their communities are going to start to know that they're skipping votes. And so paying as much attention as possible, if you're a kind of person that like cuts clips or things like that, watching the hearings, having it on in the background, just making the view counts high, commenting on their Instagram posts, on their Twitter posts, etc., digitally, physically.
Digitally bully them, chat, but respectfully. Just show up in all their comment sections, in all their live streams. Just show up, make them aware that we are all watching them.
Town halls, asking them about it, in phones, in voicemails. A lot of them are running away and they're not hosting town halls, so you have to find them online, find them in committee. And so we want to make sure that we are amping up that pressure as much as possible. So someone said, for those of us who are just joining, once again, go to the link in my bio, ocasio-cortez.com/save Medicaid, in the next 72-ish hours, maybe to 80-ish hours, by around Wednesday, or Tuesday at midnight, between Tuesday and Wednesday. Up until then, I'd say, type in your zip code, see if you're represented by an Energy and Commerce Committee member, and give them that call. There's a call script. That's what we want you to do. So thank you all so much. So deeply appreciate it. And now I'll see what kind of questions you all have. I'll try to take maybe one or two. But I want to thank you so much. Someone said, my husband and I were volunteers and I got to meet you in Salt Lake City. Thank you so much for volunteering on the tour. Salt Lake City was amazing. A lot of what has been happening on this tour has been really, really incredible. We are in the heart, yes, we went to Denver. Yes, we went to Los Angeles.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Paladin. That sucks.
These stops have been in the heart of very Republican districts. And I want to say that there is something as horrifying as what we see, happening out of this administration. There is something very powerful happening among people across the country. The people who are showing up to our rallies are not the people that are not solely the people that historically come to our rallies. There's plenty of those, and we're so deeply excited to every single person, whether you have been following and been supportive for years, or whether you're just tuning in to politics and what's happening right now. I know that Senator Sanders and I are so deeply grateful to every single person who's been showing up in this moment and coming together in community to our rallies. However, some of the exciting things that we're seeing, like for example in Las Vegas, a lot of people showing up to these things are showing up to their first ever political engagement.
Yep.
And so we are in a moment where
I mean, like, I'm just seeing this anecdotally in my life. Like my mom's entire elderly lady friend group is now politically radicalized and turning out to protests. They're in their 70s. Like they are not the kinds of people who have typically gone to protests in the past, but they feel like an existential weight on them with what's happening this time around. Things are getting too stupid and too scary for even people who are typically like politically, on the left, but not super engaged, And like, I think that is becoming more true for people who have just historically been kind of tuned out, who've been grilling and chilling. Okay.
Things are dramatically aligning. There are a lot of Republicans that are coming to these rallies.
Not divorced. Most of them still married.
In a positive way. There are a lot of independents that are coming to these rallies, people with no party affiliation. There are a lot of people who are showing up for the first time. I think in Las Vegas, 50% of our RSVPs were brand new. That is kind of unprecedented in politics. And I am deeply, deeply hopeful, despite the horrors that we are seeing right now. It is working. What this administration is trying to do is because they actually do not have the capacity to fully enforce the deportation machine that they are threatening. They are taking a Wizard of Oz kind of approach, which is an approach of mass intimidation, and an approach that...
Which, incidentally, which I believe the wizard in the Wizard of Oz was based off of a president. Which one was it? Was it William McKinley? Yeah. Donald Trump really likes William McKinley, so this is actually really not surprising at all.
Televised as possible. Their goal is that if you make an example of 3 people, then millions of people will sit back and stop. They have done this on Palestine with the detainment of Mohsen, and I apologize if I'm saying last names incorrectly, Mohsen Maudawi, I think, but with Mohsen, Rumeysa, and Mahmoud Khalil, they detained 3 Palestinian or Palestinian rights advocates in an attempt to silence and politically silence free speech of anyone across the board, and in order to create a chilling effect. But 2 out of 3 of those individuals have been ordered to be released. And our goal is to make sure that Mahmoud is also able to be released back to his family as well. But that's just one example. They arrested Mayor Baraka of Newark yesterday because ICE does not... There is a dispute over... A lot of people don't know, like, the reason that this altercation even happened is because that facility, I don't even believe has not even been given a certificate of occupancy by the city of Newark yet. And so there's a dispute, I believe, over whether that facility even has the proper clearances to even open or operate. And mind you, a lot of these facilities, ICE facilities, are being run by private prison companies. These are private prison companies, for-profit corporations. And that is the reason why the conditions in a lot of these detention facilities are so horrible. It's not because of some any sort of federal law. It's the opposite. It's because the Trump administration is funneling money to private prison companies. And in order for them to maximize their profits, they are not feeding people properly. They are not getting people proper health care and medical care. And they are doing things with maximum brutality possible because they are, in part, because this is a massive donor giveaway for private prison corporations. So understand that is what is happening here. Those private prison companies, the two largest private prison companies that are benefiting the Trump administration, because they're also giving kickbacks to the campaigns over here, are Core Civic and Geo Group. And a lot of them, many private prison companies are traded on, are publicly traded companies. You can literally look up the stock prices for Geo Group and Core Civic and look at their stock prices since the election.
Yeah, honestly, as somebody who follows politics, it'd be so easy to make so much money if you didn't have morals. Genuinely, the second Donald Trump gets elected, if you had just dumped your life savings into private prisons because you knew what he was going to do with private prisons, you would have quadrupled it. It's ridiculous. But don't do that shit, don't do that. Can someone explain the Wizard of Oz allegory? Yeah, part of the allegory, the Yellow Brick Road, is a stand-in for the gold standard, and there's also there was also a coalition around what was called the Free Silver movement, which was a policy the US government had around the time of the publishing of the books, where silver could be converted into currency at no cost. So basically you just turn in silver to the US government, they'd give you it's a whole thing. But then the Wizard of Oz, it represents either McKinley or his his advisors. McKinley was a proponent of the gold standard, so you follow the Yellow Brick Road, made out of gold, to get to the wizard McKinley. So yeah, it's like a whole thing about the gold standard, but also about his being a whole lot of bluster, but actually not being all that powerful. It's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. But it's an interesting rabbit hole to go down if you want to read more about it, Yeah, the ruby slippers used to be silver slippers in the book, right? Yeah.
This is what it's all about. This right here is what it's all about. So anyways, we've got that's going on. And
good night, Ashley.
And now what DHS is trying to say, again, they're using public intimidation because they know that they cannot come for us all. They know that they cannot come for us all. And recently what they said is that DHS...
Wait, what does that make Wicked then? Wicked is about gay love. That's what Wicked's about.
Looking into arresting members of Congress who were showing up for their legal and constitutional obligation to conduct oversight. If anyone's breaking the law in this situation...
No, the ruby slippers are MGM production didn't think silver would pop on screen, and they wanted red slippers to really sell the technicolor of it all.
Not members of Congress, it's the Department of Homeland Security. It's people like Tom Homan and Secretary Kristi Noem. You lay a finger on someone, on Representative Bonnie Watson Coleman, on Representative, or any of the representatives that were there, you lay a finger on them, we are going to have a problem. Because the people who are breaking the law are the people who are not abiding by it. And it is enshrined in the law that members of Congress who show up to ICE and CBP facilities are required to be granted access, legally required.
And also, they don't have to make an appointment beforehand. She's 100% correct about this. Like, in like CPB, like and like ICE doctrine in their bylaws, members of Congress can just like show up at a facility to like do oversight, to like walk through and take a look at how everything's running. They don't have to make an appointment. They can just drop in. They can go there every goddamn weekday if they want.
And they legally cannot be inhibited from accessing these facilities to conduct their constitutional obligation to investigate and conduct oversight. So if Kristi Noem wants to break the law, that's on her. Yep. But it sure as hell is not someone like Representative Robert Menendez that needs to be arrested, okay? We need to be talking about ICE agent, the ICE agents and the cowardly policy of covering their faces.
Genuinely, this is true. We need like legislation that mandates standardized uniforms for ICE agents. We can't have any more of this like showing up in like I don't know, every other suburban dad's like fucking tactical vest outfit.
Love AOC so much. Far and away the best politician in the US right now.
She's doing so much more than most other people in Congress right now, and it's like it's not even close, really. Like we need like a couple hundred more of people like her. And it's wild that we only have like a handful. Hey, Canadian Brunch. Also, Dragonfly, thank you for the tier 4 sub. Thank you for supporting the show month after month. I really sincerely appreciate it. Also, Distron, you are crazy for thinking that leaving the gold standard was a bad idea.
Their faces. And a lot of them are also covering their identification. These are public employees that are accountable to the public and accountable to Congress. And this idea that we are going to allow some kind of paramilitary force to bloom that is not in any way accountable to the Constitution of the United States, we got another thing coming. Because that right there, that kind of attitude is what is actually anti-American. That kind of attitude is what is actually treasonous, is to attack our Constitution and to attack the obligations that we have in our Constitution, to attack free speech, to attack the powers of Congress, to erode our ability to investigate and conduct oversight. That is what is un-American. And this administration and Kristi Noem spits on the American flag every time she does that nonsense.
It's true.
So I don't want to hear
traitors.
anything about America first. These people and this administration is putting America last by acting like a man. A man is who they are pledging allegiance to. That is not what this country is about. And it will never be what this country is about as long as I'm alive. I'll tell you that much.
Fucking traitors.
Piss me off. So, folks say, what do we do? There are actions.
Let me just say, that was some quality patriotism right there. Well done, AOC.
A lot of if you are concerned, especially on the immigration front, there are plenty of advocacy organizations that are conducting actions outside of ICE detention centers locally around you. If they are organizing one, I suggest you look that up. I maybe next time I go on live, I'll be able to provide you all a centralized resource like the one that we built for Medicaid today. I don't have that ready for you right now, but I am happy to start working on that as well. Someone said letters still good. Yes, letters are still great. And letters are still great. Physical actions, if you can show up, are really, really great. Red cards, circulating red cards. And again, that is one thing that I have provided in the past. Maybe I can see if we can put all of our toolkits on our website in an easily accessible way. But printing out and hanging up know your rights information, they need a warrant. They need a warrant.
Yep.
Okay?
Not
Point blank, period.
And not an administrative one.
It is important that everybody know their rights.
Gotta be judicial.
Republicans are trying to traffic in something that is blatantly wrong. Representative Byron Donalds made a fool of himself on national television saying that constitutional rights are only for U.S. citizens. That is incorrect. because constitutional rights are about the land. They are about the soil of the United States of America. This is the land of the free, okay? That means that it is our government that is responsible for being held accountable to the standards of the Constitution of the United States. It's not that there are some people that have rights and other people that don't have rights. We are a nation of due process. The government is required to conduct itself along the standards of due process. It is the government that is required to the standards of respecting free speech. It is the government that is required for to honor and respect the requirements around illegal search and seizure. Don't let them think that it's on you. It's on them. They are the ones that are held and accountable to that standard. And they're going on television trying to rip the Constitution.
I do appreciate the fiery rhetoric. I wish I saw more movement to actually prosecute ICE agents that overstep their bounds. And I don't see a ton of that. And maybe that's just because I don't look enough for that coverage, but like, I don't know. I wish I saw more of that. I think a lot of people would appreciate it. She's going to run. I mean, she's definitely going to run for something.
Rip this flag apart, trying to tell people that America is not America,
Good morning,
that
Mithril.
is the United States of Trump. And this country belongs to no one person. It just belongs to no one person. And millions of Americans have not been deployed, have not died in the streets, have not sacrificed everything to have our nation made a mockery of right now. Absolutely not. And so I say all of this because they want us to give up. They do these things that they know are going to carry on television. They think if you can arrest one mayor, then all the other mayors will stop then enforcing our rights. They think if you can just make an example of one person, of one member of Congress, and all 434 other ones will stand back. One of our biggest...
Yeah, Dragonfly, I also think that she's going to run for president, but I'm waiting until after the midterms to see what she does. But like, she's doing all of the things she should do if she was going to run for president, you know?
Is to continue to say no and to not be afraid. To not be afraid. So, and again, that's why they do these like big raids in Boston on one day or in DC on another day, because they want people to start making these things go viral so that we feel hopeless, so that we feel like nothing's going to happen and that we're all staying afraid. And our main obligation is to not be afraid, to show up to the actions, to both engage electorally and to also engage in the activism that's happening in our community. And yes, to register to vote, to also be paying attention to what activists are saying in the backyard. A lot of times people...
I hear you guys saying like it's not going to be for a while, but like we live in insane political times, and the amount of people who are going to be angry by the time Trump finishes his second term, it's going to be historical. It's going to be historical. Like, and I think that anything is possible in the cool zone. We could see her do a presidential run. I like it. It could happen.
That being engaged is either or. That it's either about being electoral and voting is corny and like whatever, or it's all activism, and then it's, you know,
hell
but
yeah,
it's
Gina
actually
P.
the combined power and engagement of both of these things that have prevented autocracies from taking over in other places and circumstances. So our rights are use it or lose it. Our responsibility right now is to use it. We can start in the next 72 hours. Go to the link in my bio, make some calls. I'll see y'all later. Bye-bye.
That was great. I'm glad we took some time to watch through that, because frankly, I think that helped break down and give us some clearer ideas of what actions we can do over the next, 48 hours. I'm going to be insufferable about this. So folks, I'm going to link it one more time. Check and see if your representative or your senator is on this committee. Well, I guess your representative is on this committee. But if they're not, continue sharing this link around, and go to 5calls.org and make your calls to your elected representatives anyway. Okay? Make your calls to your elected representatives anyway, even if they're not on that committee, to, encourage them to do what they can to influence those around them on the committee. Do what they can to make the best outcome possible. Okay? 5calls.org is the other tool. Okay? I think we have a shot of actually doing something good here. So I'm trying to tell you guys to get to work. We are staring down the barrel of unimaginable suffering, and we need to do whatever we can, however we can, to try and avert that possibility. And Buffalo Guy, that might very well be the case, but I also don't give a fucking shit about the Republican ability to not care. I don't care about their ability to not care. Get louder. You know who didn't give a shit about civil rights for African Americans? White people in the 1960s. You want to know what ended up happening? Despite them doing everything in their power to not give a shit about things that affected them or other people, guess what? Fucking movement still worked, motherfuckers. I do not care about your fatalistic individual attitudes about the likelihood of the success. I don't give a fuck about the odds. I'm asking you for a commitment of 5 minutes of your goddamn time. 5 minutes of your goddamn time to make your calls, leave messages, and do what you can to influence and organize. That's what I care about. Okay? So, all I'm saying, I know that there are a lot of people out there who are skeptical of the ability of this to work, but you know what I can guarantee? You know what I can guarantee? If you do nothing, the worst outcome is going to happen. That's what I can guarantee. I can't guarantee you success, but I can guarantee the pathway to failure. And it's doing nothing. So I'm asking you, instead of doing nothing, instead of wallowing in defeatism and misery indefinitely, I'm asking you to do something. That goes for all of you, because I know that there are a lot of people in this chat, who feel beat up, who feel like we're not going to be able to do enough. I understand, but we have to move forward in the faith and optimism that every single person to the left of us and the right of us, in this coalition is going to be doing their part too. We do not march alone. We do not call alone. We do not act alone. We act with millions of others alongside of us. So do something. And with that, segment done. We did it.
BWA equals bones without anxiety. Also contact your representatives. Be annoying, be loud, do something.
True. Logan Hill, thank you for the $5 super chat. I very, very much appreciate that. And folks, if you've been enjoying the show, we've been going for over 3 hours now. If you've been enjoying the show, hit that follow button on Twitch, hit that subscribe button on YouTube, like the goddamn YouTube stream.
Chat. Don't doom, choose to bloom instead. Roses grow all the more beautiful after being fertilized with shit.
True. Thank you for the $10 super chat, Simric. I very, very much appreciate that. I need that clipped and posted absolutely everywhere. I I'm terrible at clipping things. So if you guys want to clip that, I think you guys have the ability to clip on my YouTube channel. Or on Twitch, obviously. Are those redeems that I see? You do! But you know what? I need to remind people to hit the goddamn button first. One, go. Click the button, click the button. 3, click the button, click the goddamn 4. Click the button, click the button. Click the button, click the goddamn button. Click the button, click the button. Click the button, click the goddamn button. Click the button, click the button. Click the button, click the goddamn button. Click the button, click the button. Click the button, click the goddamn button. Click the button, click the button. Click the button, click the goddamn button. Click the button, click the button. Click the button, click the goddamn button. Click the button, click the button. Click the button, click the goddamn button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click button. You clicked it twice? Hell yeah, Sweet Myths Music. Click it 3 times. Also, folks, hey, consider supporting the stream with those subs and donos, folks. Because it's what allows me to do the stream. Because it's brought to you by viewers like you. I don't make a lot of money off of the ads, okay? You guys are the ones that allow me to do this with your support. Okay? Paladin, thank you for the $15 dono.
BWA equals biatch won't act. Do you look like a biatch? Do you act like a biatch? Then why are you going out like a biatch? Trump will move on her like a biatch if you let him. Make your calls.
Jesus Christ. I was not expecting that. Thank you for that, Paladin. And thank you to Text-to-Speech. Oh, God. What is this emblem? I can't remember the name of the dragon, but it's the emblem of this dragon. And I think it's pretty cool. It's from D&D. Sorry. Yes, I believe the dragon is referred to as Caraxis. That is Caraxis, the dragon. It's sadly not Tiamat, though perhaps no, Tiamat I believe has 7 heads. This one has 3. I think Caraxis is like a lesser multi-headed dragon. PBS Kids, from viewers like you, thank you. Perhaps you or Dragonfly could help with my next question. My sucky-ass Dem rep is running unopposed for a Senate seat in 2026. My entire state's Democratic Party has fallen in line behind him. He needs to be out of Congress. Anything I/we can do? Well, if he's running unopposed, you'd have to find someone to oppose. You know, that would be number 1, right? Sounds like someone from New Hampshire. It could be. No. This is not based on this is not based on it's not based on like the Game of Thrones universe. This is specifically D&D branded merch. There is somewhere a D&D dragon named Caraxis. Hit the button. Hit the button. So how do we go about finding someone to oppose him? I would recommend reaching out to Dragonfly in the Discord. Because I'm not good at that shit. I'm not good at that stuff. I'm sorry. Hit the button. Hit the button. Oh, wait. Never mind. This might be a House of the Dragon shirt. Never mind. You're right, Paladin. I am wrong. This is actually a dope-ass House of the Dragon shirt. Which is odd because I have never watched that show. Is it any good? I thought it was a D&D jacket. I gotta put my cards on the table. I thought this entire time it was a D&D jacket. It's a jacket. It's puffy as hell. I like it. Matt Smith is a damn fine actor. Is that the same Matt Smith who was a doctor in Doctor Who? Abigail Thorne is in House of the Dragon. That's cool. Good for her. God damn it, Jack. Get your fictional sigils right. I'm sorry. I've failed you all. Doctors get into everything? Hell yeah. Oh, Matt Smith is Daemon Targaryen. Gotcha. Interesting. A Tiamat jacket would be sick, though. I agree. Oh yeah, I encountered Abigail Thorne's character in Baldur's Gate 3. Man, I thought we were going to get through so much content today. I was so cocky. All right, can we just watch like something that I thought was a deep fake and then was horrified to learn is real? You guys ready for some weird shit?
That was some weird shit.
Because I am. Here we go. So, folks, there's this man named Donald Trump, and I believe his brain is turning into a watery yet potent soup of some kind. And I'm not a doctor. This is not medical advice. But like, comment, and subscribe. That being said, I want you all to watch this clip. No preconceived judgments whatsoever, except, like I said, that his mind might be becoming a soup. Here we go.
I mean, I'll tell you a story. A friend of mine who's a businessman, very, very, very top guy. Most of you would have heard of him. A highly neurotic, brilliant businessman, seriously overweight, and he takes the fat shot drug. And he called me up, and he said, President, he calls me, he used to call me Donald, now he calls me President, so that's nice respect. But he's a rough guy, smart guy, very successful, very rich. I wouldn't even know how we would know this, but because he's got comments. President, could I ask you a question? What? I'm in London, and I just paid for this damn fat drug I take. I said, it's not working. He said, I just paid $88. And in New York, I pay $1,300. What the hell is going on? I mean, I'll tell you a story.
Okay, can we just like note that like he looks really bad. Like setting aside the state of his brain with the fat shot drug, you know, dude literally looks like looking like shit would be a compliment to how he looks right now. Like, he looks like he's I don't know, one misstep away from just falling into a pile of toxic sludge, like that scene from
a friend of mine who's a businessman, very, very, very top guy. Most of you would have heard of him. A highly neurotic, brilliant businessman, seriously overweight, and he takes the fat shot drug.
Like, he's reading a prepared statement. He's looking down at notes. Like, he has a thing he's reading off of. What's up with that? I also thought this was fake, but no, this is real. I think we need a total and complete lockdown on this presidency until we find out what the hell is going on. Well, you see, he's an illiterate fuck. It's just like he's bronzed to hell. He can't read. And he's like just stuttering over his words to like an excessive degree. Like, brain soup is happening. It's on the menu right now. With a Prion appetizer. Something 25th Amendment, yeah. It's gathering dust. I don't know. All I'm saying is that's, you know, like I said, guys.
That was some weird shit.
A lot of stuff happening in this administration is just that specific sound clip over and over and over again. You know, it's just that over and over again. RFK's worm jump
Sir,
ship.
This is the White House. Just saying.
This is the White House. It's not the it's not the Orange House. Are you saying there's an illithid problem in the White House? I'm not saying there's an illithid problem in the White House. Anyway, I have no in-depth commentary about that other than we are starting to get into a point here where this seems like elder abuse territory that is being foisted on the entirety of the country. Like, I know people ragged on Biden for his mental decline, which was definitely real. But like, this is like, I feel like this is worse because he's like, with Biden, you could at least argue that he was making some of the decisions. You know, Donald Trump is just offloading all of his decisions to the people around him. There's something desperately wrong with him. At this point, he's being kept alive solely to push the plan forward. Yeah. And like, there's a level of like megalomaniacalness to it too, where like he's definitely drunk his own Kool-Aid, you know? Yeah, that's the thing, Starm. Like the people in the news media that like have steered the conversation away from what is obviously like some horrific mental like thing going on. I don't get it. I don't get it. Like, the emperor has no clothes, guys. You should be screaming in the mainstream media about how the emperor has no clothes. Dude, like, we're doing Reagan, we're doing a sequel to the second Reagan administration, except it's Like instead of like jingling, like what was it? Was it like Skittles or M&Ms or something? Candy that helped keep them focused? Like people are just waving like, you know, $100 million bribes. Like it's insane. Ugh. Get me out of here.
Space!
We gotta escape. Segment done. Oh, it was jelly beans. You guys are right. You guys are right. If I get you this, will you wear it on stream? What is this? I don't know. I don't know if I will. I'm not a big like baseball fan. Like if I was more sporty, I would definitely wear that. That does scream like a gay sportsman outfit. Gay lesbian with a Subaru. That does, I understand why you would suggest it. God. I planned so many segments for tonight. I really want to yell about the New York Times being just absolute shit. Like, I don't know if I want to take the time to go through all of this, but like, New York Times, what the fuck are you doing? What are you doing? What is this? Coming out of the closet was a liberation. Why are some peeking back in? Long a place of hiding and shame, it's now being reconsidered in queer culture and beyond. Who would do? No one is doing that. No one in the gay community is going like, geez, I wish I was back in the closet. The fuck you talking about? Man, we wish we were in the closet. I'm sorry, like I just started reading it. The first paragraph is about Paul Rubens coming out as gay posthumously because he didn't feel free to be himself until after he died. And I'm sorry, like this idea that actually it's good to go back in the closet. Fuck you. Fuck you. Nah. Did they ask AI Pee-wee? No, Pee-wee Herman, like Paul Rubens, recorded it before he died. He did a bunch of interviews that he knew would be published posthumously. I'm just so angry at like so many different things. Yeah, the closet's horrible. It makes people want to die. You know? Also, just, we live in the stupidest time, folks. We live in the stupidest time. New bill would make all pornography a federal crime in the United States. Courtesy of Republican Senator Mike Lee. Keep in mind, they want to broadly define like trans people and gay people as like pornographic if we exist in public. So like, you know, it's a way of stuffing us back in the closet, which is totally fine and cool with the New York Times at least. So that's neat. I don't think that this is gonna go anywhere. I hope it doesn't. But like, with the current lineup of Republicans in the Congress, I genuinely, you know, maybe it has a chance of passing. Who knows? Like, I know Mike Lee is insane, but like, he's in like the middle of the biggest insane Congress we've ever had. Right now, Josh Hawley is pushing for the FDA to block an abortion pill based on a far-right like think tank study. Like, they're batting for the fences right now because they all know that this is basically their apex of power before you know, those tax cuts get passed, and all their constituents know that they got fucked, you know. So when can we call out our liberal, straight, and cis people that are fueling the system that's killing us? I mean, I'm not your mom. You can call them out whenever you'd like. I just don't know that that's going to make them, like, fight harder. But yeah, honestly, Kaname the Alpha saying we can always get more annoying. Absolutely. The solution: get louder, get gayer, become fruitier beyond all reason. They aren't fighting at all. Again, I don't know who you're talking about when you say they aren't fighting at all. Like, the people in your life? That's, you know, that's like you and the people in your life. That's not all straight cis people. Also, just real quick, fuck Gavin Newsom. Fuck this. Yeah, let's just ban the homeless. That'll get rid of them. Fuck you. Build them homes, motherfucker. You're the fucking governor of you're the largest economies in the world in California. Build them some fucking homes. I hate this man. This Nazi collaborating piece of shit. Like, he takes a break from guffawing with Charlie Kirk about how much his kids love Charlie Kirk's show. Long enough to, like, fucking just say, okay, everyone, now ban all homeless people from your city. Fuck you. Build the homeless homes. This is a lot of fucking up his own career to finish 5th in Iowa. Yeah, you know, speaking of, just real quick, something that made me angry today. Fuck it, we'll make a segment out of this. So, hey folks, a lot of you might be familiar with a little publication called The Bulwark. They've been doing some work that's been in the news lately with a lot of different interesting and colorful commentators that you might be aware of and might even have begrudging respect for or lack thereof. And I'm just here to say I'm currently pissed off. about one of their recent pieces, and I'm going to talk about it because I can. Remember to like, comment, and subscribe because it helps out the channel. Just do the things. You know the drill. Do the things. Do the things. Here we go. This is published by one Lauren Egan. And I gotta say, what the hell? Hard calls Dems must make to regain power. Democrats want to win over more moderate voters, but are they willing to adopt moderate positions? The code talk for White Guys Party. There's a grim reality facing Democrats amid the hoopla about eye-popping victories in special elections and Donald Trump's falling approval rating. The Senate map is an absolute disaster for them. Don't take my word for it. During an hour-long conversation at Harvard last month, Tim Walz said he was pessimistic about the party's chances to win back the chamber. You don't usually hear that type of pessimism from top officials, but Walz got even more candid from there. He said the National Party had become so toxic that it dragged down Senator John Tester's re-election bid in 2024 to the point that Tester, a close friend, asked him to not even call during election season. But what stood out for me, beyond Walz's dark assessment about how little he had to say about what change for Democrats would look like, in fact, he seemed relatively content with the status quo. Walz said the Democratic Party's policies are good and defended DEI initiatives. He summed up the party's problems as mostly a matter of messaging. He encapsulated his view of national politics as a contest of superficial branding when he explained why Kamala Harris chose him as her running mate. Which, just to be clear, that's generally the job of a vice president. Vice presidents, by and large, are superficial branding. They don't have a whole lot of things to do outside of sit around and wait for the president to die. They get sent on thankless lackey missions the entire time. The main point of naming your vice president during election season is as a virtue signal to your base, to get out people who might not otherwise vote for you alone on the ticket. Okay? So, like, so far, what are the charges here against Tim Walz? Saying that by and large, Democratic policies tend to be good, and defending diversity, equity, and inclusion. Oh no, the horror. I was on the ticket, quite honestly, because I could code talk to white guys watching football, fixing their truck, he said. I could put them at ease. I was the permission structure to say, look, you can do this and vote for this. Which is true. That's why he was on the ticket. Starm, I'm gonna need you to cut out the doomer shit. I'm pretty up to here on that shit. I've made my position pretty clear. You got to cut that shit out. I'm so sick of hearing from these fucking people. Moderate bullshit is exactly why Harris lost. She stood for fucking nothing. Exactly. Such a remark certainly says a lot about Walz himself, but it also underscored something bigger. The party faces a dilemma around its future, but Democrats and their allied groups and policy apparatus remain deeply uncomfortable confronting it. If they don't soon, it might not just be the Senate that's at risk. There's a near universal agreement among Democrats that the party needs to expand its tent and appeal to more moderate and independent voters. And I'm just going to stop here because that's not fucking true. That's just not fucking true. Like, the citation provided in this article is non-existent. Near universal agreement among Democrats. No, there's not. There's a need to expand the tent, yes, but the expansion of that tent is to working class people. It's not about moderate and independent voters. It is about working class. Chasing Republican positions on social issues is not what is going to build the big tent for Democrats. It is returning to working class issues that affect working class Americans. And you know who's working class? African Americans, Hispanic people, trans people, gay people. Those people are fucking working class voters. Defending those issues is defending working class everyday Americans. And portraying it like it's not is what exactly loses the Democratic Party votes year after year. This pivot into a lukewarm conservatism is killing the party. That is what is happening here. And op-eds like this from publications like The Bulwark has been trying to position itself as like this opposition to Trump, this kind of like progressive-ish voice in the space that differentiates itself from mainstream media. This is some grade A horse shit. Exactly, Brutus Magnuson. Milquetoast garbage. 32 million who were registered Democrats or independents did not vote. Only 7.7 million registered Republicans did not vote. Exactly. It is a case of mobilizing the Democratic base. And the main portion of the Democratic base that did not turn out to vote was the working class, because Kamala Harris's campaign was keyed almost perfectly to go after upper middle class voters, and it left working class voters in the dust deliberately. That's why you turn to someone who is an executive at Uber for your economic messaging and policy positioning. That's what happens. You leave the working class in the dust. Like, this is an insane take. And not only, the reason it's insane is because it is so divorced from the actual reality of what working class Americans who are overwhelmingly Democrat genuinely want in this country. Under the Wall's vision, the party doesn't need to stake out more moderate cultural or policy positions. Rather, Democrats can get the job done if they put a candidate in a Carhartt jacket and get them to speak somewhat fluently above college football on a podcast with Thea Vaughn. No! Man, whoever wrote this, I hate them. I hate them so much. I know I said their name at the beginning of this, but like, I hate them. Because that's not Tim Walz's position. That's Tim Walz's assessment of what it means to be picked as vice president. Tim Walz, if you're actually taking the totality of what he's saying, is doing nationwide tours right now calling for Medicare for all. Like, I'm sorry. When you're talking like, oh, well, Tim Walz is just talking about how you need to dress up in a Carhartt jacket. Like, bitch, that's his jacket. He's been wearing it for like 35 years. He's not being put in a Carhartt jacket. He's not speaking somewhat fluently about college football because a consultant told him to. He's talking about because he fucking likes college football, and that's his goddamn jacket. He's genuine in his, like, proposition. And his policy positions are more radical than the mainstream Democratic Party politicians who are too cowardly to actually embrace better possibilities for this country. Like, I'm sorry, the Democratic Party, if they want to be winners, need to embrace a vision of the future that is better. Not just marginally better, but heads and tails better than what we have right now. The New Deal wasn't just a lukewarm, like, oh, well, I guess we'll give the robber barons like mini baronies. No, they trust busted those motherfuckers. And then they got us policies that actually protected working class people for multiple generations. They made life better. What Walls is saying, that he has the ability to convince middle Americans to like progressive politics because he comes from middle America? Exactly, Amber Brains. You can only arrive at this conclusion from this Bulwark piece if you are a disingenuous piece of shit. It's hard not to see the shortcomings of this approach. Walls embodied them, but his inclusion on the Harris ticket did little to stop the bleeding with white male voters. Yes, he may have been boxed in by an overly cautious campaign structure, but when he was set out there as the meat-eating, football-loving neighborhood dad, he had his flubs. Pick six, anyone? And I'm just going to stop right here because, like, no one remembers his flubs. No one remembers Tim Walz' flubs. What people remember are Tim Walz getting up on stage and calling JD Vance a couch fucker. What they remember is Tim Walz going out there and like doing media appearances, talking with farmers, and able to like talk with them about the price of corn and their potato yields. Almost like he's the governor of a Midwestern state or something. What they remember are that they liked him. They liked his anti-corporate positioning.
Be winner, not a wiener.
They remember they're weird. Okay? He said, what about JD Vance? He made a joke about JD Vance fucking couches, and it was pretty great. And that's to be expected. After all, running candidates who look the part of purple and red America isn't a panacea. Voters know when they're being pandered to, and they don't always like it. And this is, again, dude's a small town America football coach. And I think wrestling coach? And worked as a teacher for like 30 years? Like, dude, it's what he says on the tin. You know, it's what it says on the tin when you went with Tim Walz. He's not like a Gavin Newsom, I'm going to be whatever you want me to be, like, you know, whatever the polling is, I'm going to do that. No. People liked Tim Walz. They didn't like Kamala Harris's policy. They didn't like Kamala Harris's complacency with genocide in Gaza. They didn't like that shit. Yeah, what it said on the tin walls, exactly. Another option is to simply bank on voters being so turned off by Trump that they turn to you. This may have worked in certain contexts, but the record is fairly mixed. Ask Mitt Romney if Trump's toxic politics eventually ruined him. Ask Barack Obama if the Republican fever ever broke. Yeah, so the solution to the fever is to also infect your side with the fever. Shut the fuck up with this take. Yet if you survey Democrats now, these appear to be predominant tactics the party's relying on to win back control of Congress. Thermostatic politics may work in the short term, but the fear in some quarters is that thermostat won't help if the house is on fire. This is hilariously stupid. If you're trying to pick up moderate voters, the way to do it is to be more moderate. Drinking beer and driving trucks aren't substitutes. Lakshya Jain, co-founder of and CEO of the election and data analysis firm Split Ticket, wrote in response to Walz's comments, "Voters don't care about the candidate's identity as much as Democrats insist they do." Yeah, except he's talking about being a fucking vice president. That's the role of the vice president on the campaign trail, right? Jesus Christ. Is also Lakshya Jain, is that the like MAGA Democrat? Is that who this is? Oh, good. He's an AI software engineer. That's a great point in his favor. Jesus Christ. Oh, is he part of like Nate Silver's outfit? God. The good news for Democrats is that now they're at least engaging in this debate. Substacker Matt Iglesias has been perhaps the most vocal combatant in it. He's dubbed the phenomenon going on in the Democratic Party dog whistle moderation, talking a lot about moderating without actually changing any policy preferences. He noted that leaders like Senator Chris Murphy have no problem going on cable news or late night shows and arguing that the party should be laser focused on winning elections instead of political purity, that they aren't practicing what they preach. Man, I fucking that we have like an Avengers team up happening in this article of like people with shitty political takes coming together. It's crazy. You got Matt Iglesias, you got what's his face, Jane? Like, Jesus. At the end of April, Murphy, along with Representative Adam Schiff, reintroduced the assault weapons ban. You know, and I know, and Chris Murphy knows, and Adam Schiff knows that talking about an assault weapons ban does not help Democratic candidates win steep uphill Senate battles in Texas and Iowa and Ohio, Iglesias argued. Gun safety groups will argue that politics today is very different from politics in 1994, when many commentators blamed the assault weapons ban for Democrats getting crushed that cycle, if in what itself may have been an apocryphal reading of the results. But then again, no ban is going to pass in the current-run GOP Congress, let alone be enacted while Trump is president. What will happen is Democrats running in red states and districts will be put on the spot. Like, yeah, is James Carville going to jump into? Yeah, I mean, basically what we have going on here, folks, is this is the civil war that is brewing in the Democratic Party. And you have essentially your James Carville wing and like the David Hogg wing, you know? The disenfranchisers assemble. Yeah, exactly. Zia Spots, thank you for the $2 super chat. But like, I'm sorry. Like, if you care about like school shootings, like an assault weapons ban is probably a good thing to try and get off the ground, you know? And like, fuck it being popular. Fight for it because you believe it's right. People respond to that. People respond to that reasoning. Yeah, the Carville wing has absolutely no energy behind it, Dragonfly. You're right. Like, their entire political philosophy is essentially just do nothing, curl up into the fetal position. Like, there's inherently no energy to that. And you know what? Democrats running in red states and districts will be put on the spot. You know what? Yeah. But they're going to be put on the spot either way. Either way, they're going to be put on the spot. All of this raises a larger question. What policies, if any, is the party prepared to sacrifice or at least put off to the side? That's been an unfortunate, uncomfortable exercise for Democrats, in part because Democratic-aligned interest groups genuinely believe and can produce their own data to argue that their pet projects do poll well and can energize voters. Some party operatives have tried to warn candidates that the groups are self-serving, that as the midterms inch closer, the party will inevitably have to make hard trade-offs if it wishes to deliver meaningful wins. The question is whether the candidates themselves have the stomach for it. And like, yeah, I'm sorry, but like, your job as a communicator in the political space is to make those issues popular. Your job as like, as a Democrat is to advocate for democratic policies. Your job is to convince people. One of those operatives issuing warnings is Steph Feldman, a senior aide in the Biden White House and the policy director of his 2020 campaign. And let me just ask real quick, why the fuck should anyone listen to Steph Feldman? Why would anyone give a shit what a Biden White House aide thinks? They spent 90% of their time hiding his mental decline. Why should we care? Oh, his policy director on his 2020 campaign. Cool. No one liked his 2020 campaign. He only got elected because he wasn't fucking Donald Trump and he was associated with Obama. God. In a Substack post last week, Feldman encouraged candidates to not be afraid to tell interest groups, voters, or your own political advisors no. And, just real quick, one thing I should really point out here is that telling voters no is a bad idea. They're your fucking voters. She said that sometimes the best thing to do is not say anything at all. During the 2020 primary, for example, Joe Biden declined to fill out the now infamous ACLU questionnaire that led to the they-them attack ad against Kamala Harris. Yeah, and you know what? I'm gonna try and tone down a little bit. You know what else would have headed off the they-them attack ad against Kamala Harris? If Kamala Harris had simply defended trans people. She didn't say the word transgender once during her entire campaign. The ACLU they-them attack ad from the questionnaire was based on her 2019, questionnaire in the primary. So, the idea just don't say anything about anything controversial ever. Sorry, that doesn't win over voters. What wins over voters is having conviction and actually standing up for what's right and standing up for your goddamn constituents. And you want to know something? Trans people are your goddamn constituents. Regardless of wherever you are running an election, we are your constituents. Right? So you fucking fight for us. Because when you don't, it's not just us trans folks that take notice. It's everyone else. Everyone else in the LGBTQ umbrella, everyone else in our goddamn communities, everyone else notices. We are not isolated from our communities. So, again, if Kamala Harris had had the gumption, the ability, the bravery, even, to stand up for trans people and fight for us unambiguously, that would not have been a vulnerable avenue for attack. She was trying to silently throw us under the bus, and that attack ad was only made possible and effective by her lack of conviction. Yeah, exactly, Brutus Magnuson. There's no market for spinelessness. Exactly. Feldman is one of the party's more reserved power brokers, only irregularly putting herself out in the press. So the decision to pen that post suggests that she is worried about the Democrats' inability to make the hard choices that, in her estimation, they need to make. A slightly more outgoing Democrat is making similar points. And guys, you're never gonna guess who she's bringing up next. Remember what I told you. This is like the Avengers team up of like shitty Democratic politicians and pundits. Rahm Emanuel, who is reportedly considering running for president in 2028. And let me just say, if that happens, I'm going to do everything in my power to make sure he does not become the front runner, because Rahm Emanuel fucking sucks to a degree like most politicians can only dream of. Has spent weeks warning Democrats that it's risky to focus just on an economic agenda while ignoring thornier subjects such as crime and immigration. Yeah, because what we really need is a Republican trying to ban, like, all Hispanic people from America? Like, what? You're going to outflank Donald Trump on immigration? Yeah, let's just formalize the Gestapo a little bit more, give them more power. You know what the American Gestapo needs? They need better equipment, more legal protections, like they need to be able, fuck it. They need to be able to abduct American families and interrogate them with advanced interrogation techniques under President Rahm Emanuel. Fuck this guy. Yeah, just look, sure, look, we need to be more extreme on immigration than the Republicans. That's why we want to give ICE the ability to break into your home and waterboard your children, whether or not you're an undocumented immigrant and, whether or not you're an American citizen. We aren't going to check. Fuck you. Like, nah, get him the fuck out of here. In an op-ed for the Washington Post in February, Emanuel argued that voters were open to Bill Clinton and Barack Obama because they took stances that were in the mainstream of political sentiment, and both were willing to confront allied interest groups demanding fidelity and orthodoxy to out-of-touch positions. And you want to know something? They're hated for that. They are despised for those positions. The fact that Obama was too cowardly to act on, like, LGBTQ issues, the fact that Bill Clinton codified the drug war and signed bills about super predators. Yeah, they're stains of infamy on their record that caused hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people to suffer. Of course, it's one thing to make these arguments in a Substack post or from the safety of an op-ed page. When actual Democratic lawmakers have tried doing so, it's proven dicey. After California Governor Gavin Newsom said earlier this year that Democrats were wrong for supporting transgender athletes' participation in women's college and youth sports, I heard from a number of Democratic strategists and operatives who are appalled. Their criticism went something like this: we don't win by throwing vulnerable people under the bus. Why punch down on the very people we're trying to protect? It's hard to argue with that moral sentiment, but ultimately the debate before Democrats is not just about ethics, but politics. It's worth asking what it means to protect trans kids or asylum seekers or abortion access or the environment or affordable health care, etc., if you're losing elections. And I just want to say, fuck this collaborationist garbage. You should be ashamed for writing this. Your job as a politician is to make these issues popular. Republicans do this all the time. What's insane to me here is that you have an op-ed, right, that's being written in the Bulwark of all places, arguing that, Democrats need to shy away from issues when Republicans have taken a non-issue like immigration, an absolute non-issue by every metric. Immigration of all kinds adds to our country, adds to our economy, is safe, etc., 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 right? Republicans took that issue and they turned it into an issue of top importance in this country by just bringing it up constantly and vilifying their opposition. Okay? Democrats can make news. Democrats have the ability to create leverage, to create a narrative, to create a story. Talking about this as if Democrats can only capitulate to the right wing, when Democratic politicians are some of the richest and most powerful motherfuckers in history. They can go out there and shape a narrative. That's their fucking job. That's part of politics. And so, this idea that, what does it mean to protect trans kids or asylum seekers or abortion access or the environment or affordable health care if you're losing elections? Well, you protect them, you make those issues popular, and you fucking win your election. Like it's your goddamn job. It is not your job to lose, and it is also not your job to abandon that platform that people wanted you to have. Your voters wanted you to have. And ultimately, again, these are working class issues. And I need to really stress this again. Hey, you know who's working class in this country? The trans kids of workers. You know who's working class in this country? People who came here for a better life and are seeking asylum so that they can live and work in this country. Hey, you know who's working class in this country? Women who might need to get abortions. Overwhelmingly working class. Hey, you know who needs like environmental protections in this country? The goddamn working class that don't want to die from the black lung or from, the climate getting too hot to live. You know who needs healthcare coverage, universal healthcare, not just affordable healthcare, universal healthcare in this country? The goddamn working class. Portraying these issues as if they are antithetical to the underlying reality of working class existence is what has caused this cascade of democratic losses for the past 50 years. Okay? That is what has caused the cascade of losses. It is the abandonment of the working class and the attempt to frame as oppositional working class policies and policies that protect everyday working Americans. It is the classic, they're trying to take your jobs writ large on social issues versus working class issues. There is no distinction there. They are the same. Making sure that the National Party brand is palatable enough that such Democrats as John Tester and Claire McCaskill can hold their Senate seats is probably a crucial element to achieving those stated goals. Can those types of lawmakers win those types of races if the party is going on offense about trans issues? Perhaps, but it's a risky proposition. The problem is that the party doesn't seem to be fully grappling with that risk. And that's the end. Who is this? This is fucking shameful. I'm so mad. Like I'm so mad. These are not hard calls. It is a lie. This entire op-ed is predicated on a lie. And I'm sick of this quisling shit. That was actually worse than that Third Way article. Yeah, this is one of the worst things I've seen published from publications that are allegedly like on our side. Jack, I don't want to wish the horrible world of politics on you, but dear God, you'd be great at it. I don't know that I'd be great at it, but we'll you know, and we're in the cool zone. Anything's possible, I guess. Anyway, I'm mad. I'm gonna let people know that I'm mad. And with that, folks, if you want to get involved and you want to push back against bullshit like this, join your local DSA, okay? Join your local Dems. Do those two things. Radicalize your local Dems, work together with your local DSA to do so, okay? It's super important, and it's a way you can focus on your local politics and build a greater movement that can collaborate with larger and larger movements as we go forward. Now is the time to be organizing towards those local ends so that we can organize nationally when 2028 rolls around. Now is the time. Okay? Get out there, get to work. Because if you don't, people like the lady who just wrote this op-ed certainly are. Always something to do. Would it help you to feel better if I told you I found that Star Wars game you like? Wait, what Star Wars game that I like? Oh, Star Wars Episode 1 Pod Racer? It does help a little bit. If you want to join DSA, reach out to Christina, aka GamerG, in the Discord. If you want to join your local Dems, but you're finding it difficult to track down where they're at, reach out to Dragonfly in the Discord. They will both be happy to help you in those capacities. You just need to join the Discord. You can use ! Discord to get a link to join in any of the chats, and we'll make it happen. And folks, we have now been going for over 4 hours. If you have been getting anything out of today's stream, please hit that follow button. Please hit that subscribe button. Hit the like button. You know, hit the buttons and do the things, because folks, that helps the channel. And also consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. Because folks, that's what keeps me alive and able to continue doing these streams. So please consider supporting the show. I would very, very much appreciate it. Let's see here. God, I did not intend to spend that long on this shit, but like, fuck. One. Go. Two. Go. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click. Are you writing a comment? Yes. I was angry and I quote tweeted that article. Did that screed even say what policies to stand for or just to give up on everything we stood for? The article was just about giving up everything we stood for to chase conservative policy positions in order to make ourselves more palatable to moderate voters. And I'm gonna tell you, that does not make people more popular. How does having a third person saying get more active in your union hall meeting work? What? I'm not entirely sure about your question, but I like your spirit. You got gumption, Super Jet guy. Folks, do we got any of that BWA energy out there at 4:20 in our recording? I have covered so little of what I wanted to cover. Fuck me. Damn it. Oh, mommy. I don't know what BWA is. Oh, BWA is just it comes from an old joke. Not an old joke. A story I told a long time ago on the stream about how I tried to play bwahaha as a word in Scrabble with my mom, and I wasn't allowed to. But it would have used all of my letters on a triple word score. It would have won the game. It was a big deal. But after I told that story, chatters, predominantly Paladin Lost, made a dono and typed out bwahaha, bwa. And text-to-speech actually read out bwahaha, BWA. And I found it really funny, and I laughed way too hard. And then other chatters started doing it, and it just kind of became like a thing. That BWA energy, kind of like that big dono energy. You know? So the BWA energy is like the communal spirit of our collective shimps. It's the, you know, the shimp spirit bomb, if you will, the BWA. You tried to win with the Bowser laugh, exactly. You get it. You understood what I was going for. That was my argument. Polaire, you finally learned? Hell yeah. Shimps together strong. Salmon Moose.
Ha ha. Taste cold steel. Feeble cannon restraint rope.
How can we all have died at the same time?
God. We're learning. Babe's Horror available? Mr. Anderson. Oh, whore available. That didn't make it much better. Plant923, thank you for subscribing with Prime. I appreciate you. Thank you. Bring in the BWA energy. Let's go. What comment did you write? I quote tweeted it on Blue Sky. I still call it tweets because I'm old and set in my ways. The community memes are getting out of control. I don't think they're out of control. We have like 3 main memes. We have BWA, we have shimps, and then we have random chatters donating so that text-to-speech reads it out as if they're different characters that inhabit an extended Riverboat Jack universe. You know? We got Joe Water. We got Grigor Niet Russian. We got a few others as well. I mean, the Planimals are part of the lore too. I don't know if they're as big of a meme yet. I think we need to see like a Planimal character in one of the Ryuko Kawa anime like lore dives we do, you know? Donut Ghost, I guess, is also part of the lore. The ghost that lives in the door behind me, behind that door, and comes out to eat my bones if I don't get enough donos. What? Can I make up one? Maybe, but like you can try to make up lore for the Riverboat Jack stream, but like whether or not it gets accepted is not in my control. Yeah, we also have Australian Handler as well. Yeah, the Dono Ghost is the fictional, or possibly real, entity that haunts me and will eat my bones if I don't get enough subs and donos. If Jack gets a video game, I'm gonna freak. What? I do like video games. We love the ghost fucker voice. There's also the ghost fuck. I have no idea what you're talking about. There is not a ghost fucker voice that I'm aware of. You guys could make a video game. You guys do have the skills to do it. Oh, God. Logan Hill, thank you for gifting a membership over on YouTube. Plant923, thank you for the 300 biddies. You guys bring in the BWA energy. The BWA is back in town. My girlfriend and I were reading Wikipedia page for bottom surgery, and when we came across the word neovagina, she said, or as we call it in the trans community, Mrs. Anderson. I understood that reference. That's why we're in love. That's so sweet. Then you have to get more Jack, get more
it's
Jack.
The Danish Dono Ghost.
Okay, real question. Also, Matt Yahoo, thank you for the $5 dono. Was that text-to-speech pronunciation at all correct for how those vowels are supposed to sound as modified? Then you have me telling you to get Jack, get more Jack, get extra Jack, get super Jack, and when I haven't even reached yet, get ultra jacked. Whoa. No, it wasn't. Ah, that's sad. Not really, no. I'm sorry. Danishness felt. God. Okay. I have one last thing to do today. But I don't know that you guys are going to like it. Baba Booey, thank you for the $5 Australian. The BWAs are back in town, is top tier and deserves a super... Thank you for recognizing my brilliance. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Sometimes I like mutter something on camera and into my microphone, and I wonder if anyone picked up on it. That was one of those times, so I appreciate being seen and heard. All right. So, folks, there is a show that I become more wizened day after day by being made aware of.
I just emailed my governor letting him know he did well on Midas Touch, so can I get high and watch Cruel now? I did good.
Yes, you can get high and watch Krull now. That sounds like a great time, by the way. Krull is a 10 out of 10 film. Thank you for the $5 dono, One-Eyed Heathen. Yippee-ki-yay, yay! BWA. Logan Hill, thank you for the $2 super chat. I hope you guys enjoyed me attempting to even say that. Hey, Liz Galahad. Liz, you've been fighting like a gallant fight in the YouTube comment section. I just want you to know I appreciate you. BWA makes me think of the sound Hank Hill makes when he's surprised. I'm not joking. Look it up. Whoa. Yeah, I've seen King of the Hill. I've seen it. Okay, we're going to start this segment over, though. So, there's a show that many people have been talking about in less than glowing terms. And, well, I thought we'd take a second stab at diving into it because why the hell not? It's not like the rest of the world's on fire or anything, right? Anyway, like, comment, and subscribe, you know, before we're all consumed in flames. And with that being said, let's just jump right into whatever horror story is about to unfold.
If you're not going to be a good person, can you please not be a pathological liar at the very least?
I don't buy the argument that she's dumb.
Those hunting for bones. Oh,
I did not like the way the text-to-speech did the use. I didn't like that at all. Thank you for the $5 dono, One-Eyed Heathen.
I agree with that. I don't think she's dumb at all.
She cannot make a point. It is torture. I agree with you.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. People who can't make points and just... I agree. It's torturous as hell.
On that, where do I even start?
Where do we begin?
This is a complete clown car. Let's remind folks, this is...
Yes. JB Pritzker is the complete clown car. Definitely not this valuetainment show.
This is a guy who's pretending to be a man of the people. He said Republicans should have no peace.
I don't agree with that language. I don't think it's helpful to talk about how, you know, your political opponent should know no peace.
I do. I think my political opponents shouldn't know peace until I and the movement along with me see victory.
That's crazy, but
absolutely
he did say
not.
it.
Not realizing that their leader doesn't actually believe in it and that they don't even know what they're marching for. That's the problem.
You can outline what's...
Wait, who's that? She's new. Who's that lady? Let's see. Elizabeth Pipko? Oh, she's the national spokesperson for the Republican Party. Cool. Good job, Anna. Doing some real progressive leftist work here. Incredible stuff. Jesus Christ.
Actually in the Green New Deal.
I'm not here to hurt any feelings, but I'm also here to tell the truth.
Sorry, and you've rejected them
Trust
at every
me,
opportunity you've
every
had.
single opportunity.
Purely on the basis
I'm not going to pretend I have not rejected it any opportunity.
But the point is the hypocrisy.
Of course,
that's
it's not
the
just
issue.
that. It's not. I'm not done though.
Welcome to Her Take, where real conversation happens. You've got differing points of view from all ends of the spectrum, right, center, left of center, somewhat. And
Left of center, I'm not so sure about that one anymore.
And we're always looking for common ground. Today, joining us is Elizabeth Pipko, former GOP spokesperson. Are you ready for this?
I'm so ready for
I
this.
believe you are ready for this. We're going to jump right in. I promised Lindy we would start our second show talking about the 2028 Democratic frontrunners. So let's jump right in.
Why? Wait, no, genuinely, why? Why? Like, it's 2020. The midterms aren't even happening yet. We're not even in the same year as the midterm. Why are you talking about 2028? Why? This is meaningless garbage. I'm just gonna skip this and go to Gavin Newsom.
Bringing up, by the way, performative politics, you lead me right into another potential frontrunner, although I hear he's polling at like 5% possibly for 2028, Gavin Newsom.
Oh, we can't.
But this guy has tried. He's taken notes. He's tried to be somewhat critical of his own party. He's tried to reach out to the...
Oh man, Jillian Michaels is like drinking that news scum. Gross. I bet she basically peed herself when he announced that he wanted all Californian cities to ban homeless people.
The other side, he's tried to be antithetical to, everything exists in our silo and we don't reach across the aisle. He's tried to show himself
Wait, just
as
in
that
starting his
guy.
podcast though? I mean, was he doing that before he started the podcast?
Of
Was he doing
course
that
not.
before
No.
Trump
He is
won?
the face
He was not, and
of
I
this
will never take that piece of crap seriously. And yes, I'm calling Gavin Newsom, my governor, unfortunately, a piece of crap, until he does some accountability for how he destroyed the state of California.
Yeah.
Okay, you want to talk about like, this nebulous Democratic Party and what they're getting wrong? No, how about look inward? Look inward and take a good hard look at the policies that you championed in our state that have completely destroyed the state. Okay.
Like which ones? Let's list them. I'm interested.
He's trying to blame Donald Trump for the loss of jobs in California. Are you kidding me? The loss of jobs started well before Trump won the election, and it was the result of his policy.
I'm sorry, but I think a lot of the federal layoffs also affected California. A lot of Donald Trump has definitely cut a lot of jobs. It's like one of the main things he's been doing.
Policies, cumbersome regulations that have now led to oil companies, for instance, deciding we're not doing this anymore. We're going to leave. Okay. Bunch of jobs lost.
That's good. Wait, we need to be doing that? The planet is dying. Like, you might not like that, but like, which is more important? Planet existing and not killing us, or oil executives? I think I would take the planet, personally.
Lost because of that. You have rampant crime that Democrats want to deny exists, but
Democrats don't deny the crime exists. Crime has been going fucking down. Like, I'm sorry. If you want to help do more about the crime, build housing for the homeless. Fuck, man.
it obviously does when businesses close up shop and move to other states because the cost of doing business is so expensive. Insuring businesses in California is astronomical.
It's one of the largest economies in the world. And yeah, there are a lot of problems there, but like, it's not impossible to do business there, clearly. God damn it.
Because of the issues with crime.
Specifically theft, right? Like, let's
Theft,
be clear on
yes.
that for anybody who doesn't know. They literally made it not a crime or a misdemeanor or something if you were going to steal.
Man, I'm so glad that this lady's talking about something she has no knowledge of. They literally made it not a crime or a misdemeanor or something if you were trying to steal. No, actually, they didn't.
But Newsom opposed the change, even we lost.
But there were major corporations that left the state because of that,
So
right?
this was Proposition.
Well, let me tell you guys, it gets even more.
47, right?
So Prop 47,
and then
Prop
36 repealed it.
Yes. So
Lay it
Prop
out, Anna.
47 passed. Voters were lied to about what Prop 47 was actually going to do. Part of it was reclassifying some pretty serious crimes as misdemeanors. And so we all saw the consequences of that. It led to smash and grab crime.
Hey, just real quick. Just real quick. Here's from the Public Policy Institute of California. Preliminary crime data for 29 of California's law enforcement agencies, representing close to 1/4 of the state's population, points towards broad decreases in violent and property crime in 2024. Aggravated assaults and robberies decreased by about 4% and 5% respectively. For the first year since 2020, auto theft fell by roughly 12%. Compared to 2019, property crime was 11% lower, but violent crime was higher by about 6%. So, that's quite interesting there. Yeah. Actually, pretty cool. Trending down across the board. But yeah, we're not going to talk about that, I guess.
It led to open air drug markets. And so voters by 2024 had enough, and they voted overwhelmingly to pass something known as Prop 36 to reverse some of the policies that were implemented as a result of Prop 47. Now, here's the problem, though. No one knows about this. No one talks about this, but I'm here to tell you, Gavin Newsom, in an effort to save California money, preemptively shut down 4 state prisons. There is no room to put any of these inmates in. Right now, state prisons are transferring criminals to county jails that are already overflowing.
Hey, by the way, you might be asking yourself real quick, what is Proposition 47? What is that? Hey, what is Prop 47? You know, I that's just a buzzword that I don't know anything about. I could just nod along, or I could maybe look it up. On November 4th, 2014, California voters passed Proposition 47, a law that changed certain low-level crimes from potential felonies to misdemeanors. The savings from reduced incarceration costs will be invested into drug and mental health treatment, programs for at-risk students in K-12 schools, and victim services. And again, treating this as an issue like it just kind of came to fruition in 2022, 2023, 2024. It's been a law since 2014 for 11 years. And it doesn't make, you know, stealing legal or whatever. What it does is impose like misdemeanor status on shoplifting. So you can commit you can do shoplifting in California below a certain threshold of value. If you start shoplifting expensive items, then it gets categorized as a misdemeanor that cops will, arrest you for. And if you continue to shoplift, that will still be a felony, actually. There is an escalating, set of thresholds. Yeah, it's under like $700. They might have bumped it up to like $1,000 or something like that. But like, again, this is not the rampant issue that is constantly made out to be by right-wing publications and outlets. Again, largely what propagates like this belief that it's just like legal to steal in California is conservative misinformation and the willful assistance thereof by, patsy liberals.
They're overcrowded. County jails have no choice but to just release inmates regardless of how much time they've served. So even if it's a serious crime, even if they've been sentenced to decades behind bars, they're being released after serving 2-3 years because there's no room for them. That's why Gavin Newsom was against Prop 36.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
I've experienced this personally.
Yeah.
There was a guy on his third strike. Oh my gosh, my son had just been born, so this would have been 10 years ago. But it was his third strike. He broke into our house, stole my car.
Oh my God.
Did not hurt us. It was actually.
Were you there? Thank God.
We were there. We didn't even know he was in the house. It's a bit of a longer story. But when they got him and they found his stuff, he had a video camera, duct tape, all kinds of stuff. Anyway, because it was the third strike and he committed numerous other crimes, he was supposed to get a pretty significant amount of jail time. COVID comes around 2020, and I get the letter. He's out of jail, just letting you know. I had no idea they would notify the person, I guess, in the court case. But I've experienced it firsthand. He is just, Gavin Newsom is a wrecking ball
He is.
to California. He is, as Corolla says, a policy disaster.
I do want to say, and again, I
will say it's terrible that happened to her and her family, but also like, so the bad thing that happened here was somebody got prison time 10 years ago, and then after serving 10 years in prison, got released a bit early. Like, I don't know. I think that sounds fine to me, actually. That actually sounds okay.
to be that person, but I do need to call out one person who's been funding these progressive DAs around the country.
Soros.
And no, it's not an anti-Semitic.
It's not Soros.
No, wait, it's not an anti-Semitic conspiracy to say it's George Soros, because he has, and it's not just
That is
California.
true. He has been
Thank
funding
you.
these
And when Anna agrees with
candidates.
me, you know that I'm making a compelling.
Man, that's so cool. That's really it's totally not anti-Semitic, bro. Trust me.
Point. I live in Philadelphia, and the Wawa across my street is shut down and shuttered because of all the thefts. Okay, and they just don't prosecute these.
I'm sorry, you're like a millionaire donor to the Democratic Party, and you live across the street from a Wawa. All right.
Petty crimes, but you know what? It's the broken window theory. If you don't go after these petty crimes, they escalate. And
yeah, you know what we need to do? Broken windows policing. Hey, how did that go again? How did that go? Oh, did they just do broken windows policing and everything went great? Yeah, I'm sure that's the first. You know what? Let's just Google broken windows policing. Let's see. Well, that's interesting. So It turns out they stopped doing it because it was racist as fuck. Basically, it leads to the criminalization of communities of color who are typically disenfranchised. And on top of that, because of the theory of broken windows policing, you get the problem of over-policing certain communities and therefore over-criminalizing different areas of town as, you know, the bad part of town. And that then leads to disproportionate prison populations. It leads to like different populations of people being arrested at different rates, despite the fact that they commit crimes at the same rate. It's a whole thing. It's racist as fuck. And that's why they stopped doing it. Okay? God.
And I used to live on Rittenhouse Square. They burned down my street. My entire street smelled of burned rubber for an entire week during the George Floyd summer.
Oh man, that's so rough for you. Man, a whole week? A whole week? How will you ever recover from this? A whole week 5 years ago? Oh no.
And no one faced any sort of consequences for that. It was the wealthiest.
No one ever faced any consequences for making my street smell like burned rubber for a week. Whenever this lady talks, we need this.
Part of Philadelphia, and they rejoiced over the destruction of this historic district. And George Soros goes around the country funding these progressive DAs like Larry Krasner, who's my DA, and they campaign on letting criminals off. That's literally their platform. You know, it's their criminal.
No, it's not. There's literally no campaign in the history of politics where people are like, hey, you know what we should do? We should make crime legal. We should just, you know what? You want to do murders? Let's make it legal. No one's doing that. Stop being silly.
Justice reform. Criminal justice reform is a euphemism for letting criminals go.
It's a euphemism for trying to abolish prisons and police. That is what they actually want to do. Don't let anyone gaslight you.
Yeah, it'd be pretty cool if we could set up a system of justice where we didn't need prisons. Yeah, it'd be pretty cool if we could set up a system of like criminal justice that didn't rely on police. You know, we like the entire premise of abolish the police is not just like, oh yeah, we get rid of police and then there's just no policing apparatus. It's more we abolish the current system we have built up of policing in order to rebuild it from the ground up with something better and more accountable to the public that they are supposed to serve.
Into thinking they're trying to reform our criminal justice system.
Yes.
They're not interested in reform. They think that our criminal justice system is rotten from the bottom up and they don't want anything to do with it. They just want to abolish it.
Hey, can Frank Serpico go back to New York? Just out of curiosity. Was Serpico ever able to go back into New York City? Can someone refresh my memory? Anyone? Is he still to this day like not able to like enter New York because the NYPD will fucking murder him? Frank who? Frank Serpico. There's a very famous movie titled Serpico about him. Yeah, famously the one good NYPD officer. Serpico basically like testified against officers against his fellow officers about widespread corruption in NYPD, and then they shot him in the face. They tried to fucking kill him, shot him in the face, And he still has bullet fragments in his brain to this day. NYPD led him to an apartment to murder him. And yeah. So to this day, because he testified against the NYPD, even though he was an NYPD officer, he can't go back to New York City because they'll try and fucking kill him.
Why, though? Someone tell me what the motives are for doing such a thing. I mean, this man's name has been thrown out now. By the way, speaking of oligarchy, this proves the point that the Dems have their George Soroses, and as you taught
Both
me,
parties
their Reid
have their
Hoffmans.
corruption.
Exactly.
Let's keep.
Yeah, it's totally equal. You know, like we have George Soros on the left, and then on the right they have all the rest of them. That's how this works, right? He has a movie. Yeah, he was played by Al Pacino.
For real. Unilaterally. But why?
It's supposedly a good movie. I've never seen it.
Well,
Really,
they
just
think that black and brown
philosophically.
people are under siege, and this is their way to
Is that
have
it?
reparations. I think it's a part of it.
Is that it?
They really think that's
That
it.
they think
And
it's
by the way,
systemic
Anna
racism?
has been assaulted on the street. I've been assaulted. Let's just be clear what
I
happened.
know.
She's been assaulted. I've been assaulted, but neither of us felt comfortable, you know, really being out there because they were terrorists. Well, the person who did it to me was black, and I was talking to a loved one, my family. He's like, you shouldn't say anything because they're going to paint you as a racist for being attacked.
happened to you. And they just, I remember,
my
tell the story real quick,
assaulter
Anna.
was not black.
Right,
but,
and they presumed.
But they assumed that he was. So I got assaulted by a homeless person in my own neighborhood as I was walking my dog. But what stood out to me about all the backlash I got was, apparently since the perpetrator was a homeless guy, he's marginalized, and I must not ever say anything negative about him, even though he assaulted me, because it's going to stigmatize.
You can criticize someone who assaulted you. Like I don't think that's like. I don't think that's at all the core issue. Like, well, why does race matter to Lindy? Because Lindy Lee's racist as fuck. That's why it matters. But yeah, like Anna can criticize like a homeless person for assaulting her. Like that's fine. Anyone who told her differently is weird as fuck. But I will also say that like I don't think this is a reason to like throw aside your beliefs on like, I don't know, housing the homeless.
Homeless people. That was the number one argument. But then the other argument was, you're racist by talking about this. I'm like, why am I racist? They assumed he was a black guy.
Which is racist of them.
Yeah, exactly.
It is racist of them to make that
Yeah.
assumption.
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
insane.
No, and so like these little things have happened and they've woken me up to what the
And Amy Dangerfield just so delighted.
reality is. But just to answer your question, Jillian, I think for the activists, they genuinely do believe that this is an anti-black, racist criminal justice
misguided
system.
altruism.
Yeah. There's
Wait. It is though? Like for a whole host of well-documented, well-researched reasons, like redlining, the entire history of like disenfranchisement propagated by slavery, you know, like there are so many different reasons that like compound upon one another to create like a system of policing, like let alone the fact that like our modern police are descended from slave catchers. You know, like a whole host of reasons that there is racial bias in our policing and our criminal justice systems. Like the war on drugs, like there's so many different things. Economic, social, you know, geographic. So like, yeah, no, like denying this is just denying reality, frankly. Exactly, Pirate Amir. Even conservative historians recognize that the justice system is racist in this country.
That, and by the way, there have been in the past examples of racist practices within the criminal justice system, but the argument that I'm trying
in the past though
to make is let's reform it and fix it, not abolish it.
Right.
But
yeah, but one might ask at a certain point if, say, for example, the entire NYPD was corrupt and like would kill a person even 60 years after they testified, maybe abolishing it and rebuilding it from the ground up with a different kind of structure altogether that is more accountable to the community might be more beneficial, right? And obviously there'd need to be a lot of research done on like what that structure would look like. But one could do that. One could make the argument that it is so corrupt that we need to do that.
here's the thing. Then you have these pro-corporate neoliberal politicians like Gavin Newsom.
Yeah, Ellen Smith Serpico is 89 years old.
They want to save money. They want nothing more
And
than
make
to use
money.
the
They want to personally make money.
Yo, Konami the Alpha, Puerto Rican black beans, best beans.
The state is running in a multi-billion-dollar deficit.
Yes.
And that's my other favorite thing about this guy is he loves to tout about how it's like the 5th largest economy in the world. And all I can think about is the following sentence, which is, that you have destroyed.
Yeah, but this is why you can't run. You mentioned the word baggage. You just sat here, both of you, and mentioned being assaulted in your state. He has so much baggage, he has nothing left. When you talk about him versus Stephen A. Smith, I know people are doubting Stephen A. Smith. I'm not.
Also, can we just for a minute, a lot of people get assaulted. That's a part of life. It's not pleasant, but a lot of people get attacked or mugged or robbed. That sucks. It's not fun. But it does happen. Importantly, when it does happen, you shouldn't let that turn you into a raging conservative lunatic. Full stop.
I worked for Donald Trump in 2016. I remember when he was polling at 2% and Jeb Bush was polling at 45. And everyone was like, this is
Please
the guy.
clap.
Exactly.
Okay.
That's the
Fair.
exact
I'll
same
give it
thing.
up. I'll give it up.
But that's the
I'll give
exact
it
same
up.
thing. It is this I've been around
that
forever.
Was the moment. Remember when Jeb was like, please
Please
clap?
clap.
He was clapping.
I'm sorry. I thought you were saying
No,
please
because he
clap for
was-
the fact that he went
Oh,
from
no.
2% to president. And I was like, that's
no,
fair.
because he was a
I will give it
horrible
up.
candidate, and that's what happens.
I hate Jillian Michaels a lot. She might be the worst person on this show. And that's saying a lot.
Stage,
Here.
no one was clapping, so he's like, please
Oh
clap.
my God,
And that's the
really?
Gavin Newsom.
That's how little, by the way, I was paying attention to Republican candidates at that time. How about not at
That's about as much as I feel like you pay attention to politics right now.
all?
Yeah.
I was all in on Hillary, which we have to do a whole show on her.
I want to hear all about that.
We gotta all do. That's a different one.
I have a lot to
But
say on that.
I want to switch over because this is one that I'm struggling with, and I want your opinions on it. I've looked at the landscape, and I think on the Republican side, there are a lot of promising people. I happen to love Tulsi Gabbard.
Oh, same.
I'm sorry, I don't think you're aware of how much I hate these people. John Thomas.
Same.
I happen to love her,
the
and I
best.
could litigate the frickin' Assad conversation all day long. I think I have a
What?
pretty good understanding of what happened there.
What?
But JD Vance. I wasn't a
Relitigate the Assad conversation? What the fuck, man?
fan, but I'm coming around. All of these different.
Is there anyone
Also,
in
I
your
thought-
mind, Anna, going into 2028? Is
All these people, I can predict what lane they're going to be driving in. Jillian Michaels is like a drunk driver. I genuinely have no idea where she's going to go. No. Lindy Lee might actively be the worst, but she's also predictably just insane. As opposed to Jillian Michaels, where she's just comically drunk driving may well go off a cliff or into the TNT factory or into like, you know, a sub basement of a I don't know, a terrorism factory. I was trying to think of something worse, but like she's yeah. Honestly, if there is a hell, it's something close to this show.
Is there one single candidate in your mind you're like, I could really back and get behind this person?
For president?
For president?
Or for California governor?
Well,
let's do both. Let's start with governor and then move on to president.
Look, for California, I really like Katie Porter, who won she won a seat in Orange County.
Do you like her? Oh, she came to my house. I have a story about that. Please go.
Okay, well, I don't know about her like on a more personal level, but in terms of her politics, you know, she really stayed away from the muck, like the culture war muck.
Okay.
And she focuses most of her attention on bread and butter issues, and we desperately need that. So I would be open to voting for her for governor of California.
Okay.
As long as she doesn't support trans people, though. If she supports trans people and they're birthing people ways, no ma'am.
And by the way, again, she ran in a purple district, meaning that she was appealing to independents and maybe even some conservative-leaning voters, which is a good sign. For president, I can't think of a...
Is this show even popular? Genuinely hard to tell. This episode has 63,000 views so far. It's not doing great.
Single person right now, to be honest. Yeah.
No one. Well,
no one.
You
gotta remember, these presidential candidates, they have these delusions of grandeur.
No way.
So their calculus is not the same as a normal person's. They really think they're God. Like Gavin Newsom was reaching out to me in 2022, 3 years ago, about running for president. And if you're reaching out to me, I'm a fundraiser in Pennsylvania, you have presidential ambitions. So these people have been laying the groundwork.
If he was reaching out to you about running for president, yeah, I think it would be a safe bet that he has presidential ambitions. Good job. Fuck.
Work for years. Like Hillary Clinton was running for president her whole entire life.
But Hillary Clinton was a Rhodes Scholar. Hillary Clinton, was. Oh, she wasn't. I thought she was.
She
also.
wasn't. No.
But she was Secretary of
State. She was at Yale Law School. Yeah.
She was a senator.
Yeah, she was qualified.
She was Secretary
she
of
was
State.
100%
Like
qualified.
she actually trained for the job, which is the one thing. And I appreciate your position of like it. You really just have to be a good person to run for office. But I'll never forget this conversation I had with you and Michael Schellenberger.
Okay.
And I think, Anna, because you're so learned and erudite about all of this, you underestimate the skill set required because after the California fires, people thought, like, is she trying to run for office? And I thought, like, how absurd that you would think I could ever even conceivably do such a job. And I'm on the phone, or I'm on Zoom with you and then with Michael. And Michael, who had run for governor, was laying out all of the things Gavin Newsom should have done prior to the fire.
Oh, well, if he ran for governor, clearly he knows what he's doing.
Knowing we were getting that kind of weather, knowing the issues that we have with the homeless, meth addicts starting fires, knowing the issues that we have with utilities.
Man, I fucking love the constant denigration of the homeless. It's so great.
Is this what the youngins call just yapping?
No, this is more insidious. This is, like, I don't know. I don't know how to put it in an amusing way. I tried and failed. This is a bunch of women talking in, like, the most, like, awful, conservative, racist, and, like, bigoted ways possible about just, like, hey, wouldn't it be neat if, like, we had a way of getting rid of all the homeless people, but, you know, not building them homes? What if we built them like some kind of fun day camp? What if we built like day camps for the homeless? You know, like they could go there and they could play. We'd build them like little cabins for the day, you know, and then at night they could not leave because we would lock the gates. Tee, wouldn't that be grand? Like this is like some like adjacent, like attempting to maintain the veneer of respectability and like niceties of social society, of like socialite society rather, while like saying some of the most despicable shit imaginable.
Utility companies' infrastructure, which you've highlighted brilliantly. And all I could think to myself is, holy shit, someone better know how to do this job. Who gets this job?
You have to want to do it because you want to be a public servant. Yeah. Not because...
This is probably one of the grossest conversations I've ever heard. Yeah. I mean, like, episode 1 was also heinous. As John Thomas points out in Riverboat Chat, Lindy Lee did call undocumented immigrants parasites. So, in the first episode of the show. Like, this is a pretty disgusting program.
You want to further your career goals. And right now, all the incentives for elected office are in the wrong place. I think that the wrong people are being incentivized to run. Voters are left with no choice but to pick between really crappy candidates. Yeah. And we need to find a way to make running for public office more appealing for people who are problem solvers, right? So when I look at my state, and look, it's dysfunctional right now, and it breaks my heart because I was born and raised in California. I love California. I want to fix it. I wish that there were people who wanted to fix it running for public office in California, but we don't have that.
Yeah. Wait, hold on. I want to get Katie Porter, and then I want to hear everyone's thoughts actually on who they'd like to see run.
Well, I also just want to say one last thing about Newsom. If you're not going to be a good person, can you please not be a pathological liar at the very least?
He's unable to do that.
They're conjoined.
I want to say, so he is out there doing a 180 on trans, but he's been on the forefront of trans advocacy.
I've seen some people do some 180s on trans. I'm just throwing out there. I've seen some people do some 180s on trans. It's just you got to know the right website to go to. A 180 on yes, I'm definitely talking about skateboarding tricks and definitely nothing else.
All of these years, are you treating us like, why are you treating us like idiots, or that we were born?
Gee, Lindy, I have no idea. Why are we treating you like idiots? God, I feel like my face has aged like 5 years over the course of this segment. Yeah, I don't know. Why are we treating you like you were born yesterday, Lindy? It's who can say?
Yesterday, we remember distinctly he was one of the most ardent trans warriors. Not only that, he has a gumption to rewrite history and say that he knew all along that Biden's brain was melting. But not only did Gavin Newsom lie, he was the biggest liar. He was the one, and I was there. He was the one in the spin room lying to the entire world on the night of the debate, saying it was just a cold. Nothing to see here. Move along. But he is such a congenital liar. Now he's saying, but I knew this all along. I wanted to say it, whatever. You can't rewrite history like that.
But Lindy, he did know it all along, number one.
Yeah.
But you want to know something? He was running this shadow campaign during the presidential election. Why would he have a debate with
Ron
DeSantis?
Because he was setting himself up to run in 2028. He wants to be seen as like the reasonable alternative to Trump. Like that's
during that presidential election cycle. He did it because he was hoping that Biden's going to drop out. There might be like a quick primary. Obviously, I'm going to be the chosen one. Right. He was just setting himself up to be the Democratic nominee. And
of course he was.
Thank God that didn't happen. But we must prevent it from happening in the future.
Right. And something that has not been reported.
At all costs.
When he did that debate with Ron DeSantis, people in Harris
Urban Dictionary failed to reveal to me what you mean by 180 there. I think I can figure it out, though. I think, look, if you're saying I think I can figure it out with a smiley face, you figured it out, okay? It was a sex thing.
World were pissed. Their heads were on fire because they felt that he was stealing their thunder.
And doing something that she could never do.
Exactly, because she could never think on her feet. And the two of them were at loggerheads.
Yeah. No one else would be unable to think on their feet.
But it never broke into the press. They hated each other. Even the staff did. Because they felt like it was her turn as a black South Asian.
What's the music playing? It's Oblivion music. Because I think of Lindy Lee as like an NPC in a video game. You know, like, she's just on autopilot. She's just saying what she's gonna say. She wrote a script beforehand, like, I'm gonna bring up these 3 points, regardless of what anyone says.
Asian woman. How dare a white man take her place?
Yeah, can we just have the best candidates run
Exactly.
and not do this like weird, like, it's honestly bigotry. Like, it's just bigotry. That's all it is, right? When you're just judging someone based on the color.
Is she a trans woman? No, I don't think any of these women are trans.
Of their skin or other characteristics that they have no control over. We should be focused on who's qualified, who's speaking to the issues that Americans are most concerned about, and we should move forward. But this idea that you have to wait your turn, like, what is this? What do you mean wait your turn? Are you a good candidate or not?
I mean, I agree with that. You should prioritize being a good candidate. I'm done watching this. I can't. Apparently, the next section of this show is just titled "Stolen Election," and I can't handle that. I just wanted to pop in and see what her take episode 2 was like. I am also just gonna throw this out there. Anna, this is a bad outfit. Burn it. That's it. That was the last thing. It's been on my mind ever since I saw it in the preview images last time we covered episode 1, or the not the episode 1, the preview images in like the trailer for the show. I saw this outfit and I didn't like it. I like it even less now. Yeah, it's a Dolores Umbridge ass outfit. Yeah. So, yep, that's my this is entirely a waste of time. And honestly, I'm sorry that I subjected you guys to so much of that, and I'm sorry that I subjected my eyes to that outfit again. Yeah, I'm surprised that the spokeswoman for the RNC didn't say much at all. You know? Weird. Well, we deserve it. It's true. You guys had a lot of insightful political commentary today. You deserve some absolute dog shit. I'm sorry, you don't deserve that. I'm sorry, none of you deserve that. None of you deserve that. I'm sorry. Segment done. Oh, that was some absolute brain rot. Whoo! I need to take off my makeup. I've had it on for like 12 hours. Yeah. Here, you know what? Hey folks. It's time to be unburdened.
I can imagine what can be and be unburdened by what has been. You know?
What can be unburdened by what has been. 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 What we can see.
Be unburdened,
what we
chat.
believe can be. Unburdened by what has been. What can be. Unburdened by what has been. What can be. Unburdened by what has been. What can be. Unburdened by what has been.
What can be. Unburdened by what has been.
Who we
Unburden
can be,
yourself, chat.
Unburdened by who we have been.
I just feel even more burdened.
Unburdened by what has been. Where we can be, unburdened by where we have been, and unburdened by where we are right now. What can be, unburdened by what has been. What can be, unburdened by what has been. What can
Ain't
be,
no unburdening for the
unburdened
wicked.
by what has been. What could be, unburdened by what had been. What can be, unburdened by what has been.
There's 3 more minutes of this. I'm gonna stop now. I'm gonna stop. Folks, if you have been enjoying today's stream, hit that follow button on Twitch, hit that subscribe button on YouTube, like the goddamn YouTube stream, and consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. Because it helps me to not die and hopefully to make more content. Can't do it without you fine folks. Are you trying to give us nightmares when we go to bed? Nightmares of a better time. Oh, look, Konami the Alpha in YouTube chat's unburdened. Why can't you guys be unburdened? She could have just been silly like this and called Republicans weird freaks and coasted to a win. Honestly, yeah, right? What has been can be unburdened by what can be. Unburdened Kamala could have won. It's true. It turns out all along, she was the burdened one. Nightmares of a better time. That's not how nightmares work. What if we've gone beyond nightmares? What if we've gone beyond nightmares to a world where nightmares are the good dreams? She could have believed in something too, though. Yeah, she could have. Burdened with that brother, true. I'd love to be unburdened, but I have to be LGBT in Trump's America. Yeah. The closest we can get is gay sex. That sounded like a high thought. Nah, I've just been watching politics too much. And also, I just want you guys to know, I have been working since 9 o'clock this morning. And I worked nonstop until now, and it's 2 o'clock in the morning. And I am absolutely, positively exhausted. Bagel rabbit? All right. I won't be able to snuggle with my girlfriend because I'm at my apartment and my girlfriend is not, and I'm sad. Can you end stream with the coconut song? I don't know where the coconut song is at the moment. Otherwise I would say yes. I'm so fucking tired. It's just hitting me like a sack of bricks. Why would you keep it? Why would you keep bricks? Why would you keep bricks in sacks? I'm okay. Yeah, we're hitting the point of the stream where I'm just crashing. Jillian is gay. Yeah, but I let me put it this way. I don't think Jillian Michaels has sex. I don't think she's unburdening herself. It's a very autism comment. I'm a very commented autism. All right. Good night, everybody. I like you guys a lot and respect you. Some of you. But especially the people who like, comment, subscribe, and donate and keep me alive. I respect those ones more. You can literally buy my respect. All right, bye!
Put it there, boy, and we'll show these fascists what a couple of hillbillies can do. Well, I'm going to tell you, fascists, you may be surprised. People in this world are getting organized. You're bound to lose. You fascists bound to lose.